Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the Infinite Creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all you may come in contact will learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And so it's 1:21 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. This not this weekend, but next weekend, y'all get to set your clocks back. So this is I refuse to set my clocks forward the last couple of years, but um, these are some really strange times for many people on many different levels, in many different ways, in so many different um, I will say scenarios, for example, that folks did not believe that some of the things that are happening now are happening. You for whatever reason, they're just in a state of. Some folks are in a state of shock. Some folks have gone into a state of panic. Some folks still haven't figured out what's going on. And there are a lot of us who don't know what's going on. I mean, we see things, we see people suffering, and physically and mentally and spiritually, because if you're physically and mentally messed up, it will mess up your spiritualness, as much as you would like try to hold it together and things, it has an effect on you, an effect, and it will affect you. It will affect how you go forward in life and what's going to happen and those kinds of things. So, and it's very important that we keep that future, in mind. So, whatever it may be, and things are changing on a daily basis. So, the best we can do is just learn how to adapt. And as long as our goals in life um, are not so extravagant that current events or future events would disallow you to be able to um, not complete your dream or your plans or whatever. But what we do is we keep an eye on it. So if you've got a basic, core plan that you're going to stick with, and no matter what happens in the future, and no matter what unfolds for us, good or bad, but that you will still kind of hold that true. So, but with the understanding that, I might have to make a right turn. Now, I said this in another video, but I mean it. have you know I have been watching monster movies like all my life. One of the first movies I saw was King Kong, and it scared the crap out of me at about 5 years old. Black and white TV, and there's King Kong and Fay Ray screaming, oh my God, that, to a 4-year-old back there in the 50s or a 5-year-old, I can't remember. It was about five, I guess. But talk about being scared to death, King Kong, giant ape, and just, phew, I went to bed and had nightmares. Um, but in these days and times, so the best thing that we can do is be prepared to possibly put on the brakes for something we've been wanting to do or have done or whatever. Um, um, and that it's our choice to be able to do something about it. So, um, and I skipped a thought there. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Chief. Get smart, right? Um, so I was going through some stuff today, and I ran across a um, a reading that a dear friend of mine did for me many years ago, and she recently passed this last year. Um, and I'm using her as an example, but there are a lot of other examples, even some of my own, where using cards and tarot. I had tarot cards back in the day, and I chunked them because they were somehow connected with something I really didn't like. And some other friends, they were having issues because they were doing a lot of tarot readings for other people, and they were having issues. And I told them, I said, just put your cards down for a while. Well, I can't do that. Well, then, but as an experiment, quit using your cards so much because, there were a couple of people who actually said they could hear the cards calling to them to, hey, do a reading. Don't you want to do a reading? And so there was one set of cards that was so weird, strange, and to me possessed without, you know, a person's permission or unwilling permission. Like, yeah, okay. Um, Not really knowing what the consequences were, we burnt them. We set them on fire. We burn them. So this isn't against card readings, okay? But this video is about our dependency upon them. And there are folks out there now who are doing card readings. They're doing it for themselves. They're doing it for other people. Um, I used to do. I still have two sets of runes, and I still have my book. And I haven't done any rune readings recently, but recently I had the thought that I would like to do a rune reading to just to see what pops up, right? So, and I found this. She printed it out for me, right, so that I could read it. And now this has been several years ago. Now, my dear friend, hey, Miss Pearl, I've had some. How's crazy going in your neighborhood? Because it seems kind of crazy. There's some crazy stuff going on in my neighborhood, but and I don't necessarily mean right here, but anyway. Hope you're doing well, Delaney. Um, but so she printed out this reading that she did. Now, many of her friends and she did readings online for people, and they were like, she was the bomb at doing this, right? And that all the people that sent her emails and how wonderful that they were that she was so right about this and this and this and this and this. And I was like, I got that reading, like I said, many years ago, and but I still got it in print, and I ran across it, and I read it, and I went, if she did, and I've known my friend for like 40 something years. And I knew the people that she had done, some of these people that she'd done readings for. In fact, I'd even kind of sent some folks her way. I said, like, Miss Martha does really good readings and so forth. Then you should check her out. And so, but here's the thing. As I read it back then, I was like, well, this is just really strange. I was going through a strange time anyway. Thus, I asked for this reading. And so then I read it, you know, today, and I went down it and I went, she was so far wrong. I mean, really off the mark. Now, I love my dear friend, even after she's passed. And I mean nothing bad to you in the other realm, but it was wrong. I'm dealing with some wacky. You too, huh, Pearl? It's just folks, want to tell you what you're supposed to do and think and how to think and that whatever you're doing is wrong and you're too stupid to understand what I'm talking about. And okay, you know all right, everybody's got an opinion, just like buttholes, right, Pearl? So but so anyway, this reading that she did me, when I read through it again, and I was like, oh my god. And then it prompted this thought and this particular, they they wanted me to do this video because it's like stuck in my head like a bad record. And I was like, there are so many folks out there who are, buying card. No, this is my statement: buy the cards and learn them. Okay, please do not become dependent upon them in any way, shape, or form. Okay, doing readings for other people, keeping them, doing your own readings. Be very, very careful because it will set up a syndrome within you. Okay. You will be expecting answers from the cards. You will be expecting answers from the runes, a rune reading. You will be expecting certain things in the universe. And then if somebody tells you something and then you try to mold what they say into somehow what's in your head, what you're expecting. Well, she said I'd meet someone, a stranger. Okay, well, I can go to the store and meet a lot of strangers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, quote, this prophecy or empath or spiritual reading or anything was correct. You follow me? Not in the sense that, I'm going to meet a stranger and we're going to become friends and that there's going to be something about this stranger that is going to be different from anybody else and, impact my life somehow. I know there's a lot of noise going on. And I heard it too, Duggar, like somebody's upstairs. But so anyway, and one of the things I learned a long time ago, and I have discussed this, but when I do card readings, I'm not trying to tell your future. I'm pulling an animal card, a totem card, if you will, and relaying the message with that card. And sometimes there's two, and sometimes there's three. And up to this point, I seem to be running in the 95 percentage range in that whatever card I pull means something to the person I pulled it for. And so I'm not bragging about this. I'm saying that I have to keep an eye on it. Are these cards, if I were pulling cards and they were like, well, okay, nah, not really, but and please don't placate me. If I pull a card for you and it ain't right and it don't resonate, then you should tell me. Okay, honesty in this, because I've had folks in the past who do card readings. Oh yeah, this is your future. I made two sets of runes there sitting on the shelf. Yeah, I made one set, and then somehow I found a set that was like printed. They're made out of some kind of porcelain and have got the runes on the front of them. They're really nice set, but um, my spirit guides told me way back when, Delaney, they said, Hawkeye, you got to pick one. And I was like, one what? Well, I had been into Wiccan. I had, way back when I was into demonology. Not that I wanted to practice it, but I did want to learn what it was about. And I did try to conjure a demon once, and that went south. And, so please don't do that, not even for fun to see if it's true. Please don't. There's some strange and wicked things that can attach themselves in this realm, I'll tell you. But so, and I tried tarot. I tried, different types. Not so much um, that I wanted to do readings for other people. I wanted to learn how to do it for myself. I wanted to see the future. I wanted to be able to pick the cards. What is my future in this? So I'm laying out the cards and I'm doing the reading, I'm doing the study, and I'm doing the interpreting, and now this has been going on for a long time. And then I reached this point where I said, well, tarot ain't for me. Okay. And then I went to the runes and was having great success with the runes. But then I kind of got started doing, hey, Green Houdini, cheers right back at you. Happy, what is this? It's Saturday now, isn't it? So, but so the dependency for me was like, I got to know what tomorrow's going to be. Let me do a room reading. I'll just do one real quick. Pull them, pull them out. Well, I wonder what I'm doing. And during the day, I would just pull a rune out of the bag, just, and then I would, look it up to see what it meant. I mean, like 2 or 3 times a day. But so I went a little overboard. But there are people who are doing similar things because they want answers from the universe. They want to know what their future is going to be. And quite frankly, the future is up for grabs at the moment. All right. Quit trying to see what's coming because none of us know. Okay. But the dependency upon those objects is makes the objects less reliable. Okay, because you start putting, well, where's my cards? I think I'll do a reading. Okay, blum, 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 and you do it. Now that's sort of a spontaneous thing. But if you're going, if in your head, I'm going to do a reading when I get home, I'm going to find out what's up, and I'm going to do, that's planned. Okay. But then every day when you say come home from work, that you've got to see what the cards say. You know what I mean? So then you become dependent on the cards because you're starting to put your emotions into the cards as you hold them and touch them and feel them and all that good stuff. And so you're putting subjectively what you would like the cards to say, whether you believe you're doing it or not. Oh, I wonder what the outcome's going to be. See, so you're projecting into the cards versus, oh, there's the deck sitting on the, oh, I wonder what the cards say today. Different, okay? Because the cards aren't like pre-programmed. You literally are curious, what do the cards say today? Okay. But then the people who use them all the time, now I've seen some folks who are really accurate um, to other people. Now I bring this up because as I read this, uh, 3.5, 4 pages, there was some on the back. We don't want cards. We don't want what the cards are dealt. Um, it's a little more than that. It's that because we are anticipating something, that anticipation influences the cards. Okay, versus just, whoa, let's see, I think I'll do spirit says I need to do a card reading. Okay, versus I'm going to do one, and every day at 2 o'clock I'm going to do a card. Yeah, and because whatever I want to see the future. This was me. Now I'm talking about. I want to see what the future holds. I want to see how things are going to come out. I'm gonna, and I realized, and spirits corrected me on this, and they said, you can't be using them like this. But, well, if you want to see your future, shut your big yap, close your eyes, and do these simple meditations, and we'll kind of guide you through the universe, if you will. And what? Yeah, so you don't have to rely on the cards. Oh, okay. And so I had to break myself of cards, uh, tarot. I was going online and doing all kinds of readings. What does my Chinese dragon say for today, and what does my horoscope say, and what is all this, right? So I realized that in my expecting to find some kind of answer, in a way, I was pre-programming myself for whatever was said about the subject out there or by someone else. Okay. Now, some of the private readings that I had, one of the things that still bothers me, and I could name some names, but one of them was my dear friend who's passed, and I don't mean this wrongly because I'm not sure if I sat down and told her she was dead wrong about this, or because we had that kind of relationship. She did me a reading. Well, how was that reading? Well, it sucked. What? I'm sorry. It just is so wrong. Well, but I did this. I know you spent a lot of time on it and I appreciate it, but there's like this little part here that, yeah, okay. There's a little part over here. Yeah, okay. But the rest was just, who are you sure you were doing a reading for me? Because none of this fits me in any way, kind of shape, or form. Even if I try to twist it and convolute it for my own purposes, to be good or whatever or something. The warnings were like off base. It was just 90, 90 to 95% dead wrong, which means the whole thing was worthless. And the time that she spent to do the reading for me. But now all the other people, she had it 85 to 90%, thumbs up at great reading. I'll look forward, but, do another one, but it was wrong for me. Now I've had many readings that I've done myself. Other people have done them. And for myself, I was the only one to criticize for that, right? But other people who did readings for me and then swear that they were right when I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're this doesn't fit. I'm sorry, but I have to say it kindly, but and with respect, but you're wrong. It's incorrect. No, that's not me. This thing you talked about. And later on they'd ask me, so my reading, it was dead on, right? And I'm like, no, maybe 5%, maybe 10%, maybe, and I'm trying to be nice, right? So recently I've had someone who is um uh I'll just say I don't want to be rude, okay, even though they have been rude. I don't want to pass it back. An empath in certain ways, okay? So they are connected to the universe, they're connected spiritually, and they know what they're talking about. And so whatever they say, think about what they see about me is I'm the one that's wrong, they're the one that's right. And I look at these readings and I go, what? Well, yeah, I'm right about this. No, you're not. Well, yes, I am, and you're just too stupid to see it. Oh, really? But that's not how I feel. Yes, you do. No, it ain't. Yes, you do. You just don't know you feel that way. What? Now, I ask this in a kind way. How do they think they know what I'm thinking? Well, I'm an empath and I'm a this and I'm okay, but you are so far off the mark that the things that you're saying are like you must be thinking about somebody else because that just don't fit. I know I'm right. I'm connected with the spirits and okay, all right. But what you said about me and things that you've seen or expect or that you seem to know are dead wrong. I'm sorry. But they will continue to try to convince me that what they saw in the spirit world is my destination, is how I feel, is what it is. It is what it is. And I'm the one that's wrong. And I'm too stupid to understand what they're trying to tell me. I'm sorry. But anyone with that kind of attitude that they're always right, I just right there because I'm always questioning, hey, did that card fit you? If I pull a card, did it fit you? Don't lie to me because, but I'm not trying to profess any future about someone. The cards will say, like the other day, the upside down bear gave us that take back your authority, your own personal authority, whatever that means to you. But it doesn't mean to reclaim your authority and go out and tell people what they should be doing. Well, I reclaimed my authority and I'm a goddess and I can tell, you're wrong and you should be doing it this way. And what's wrong with you? And no, you're just too stupid to understand my point of view. Oh, really? There's claiming authority, and then there's like, diving off the over the edge like a lemming. without any what seems to me any particular honest honest thought that maybe they're wrong. Because there are times when I pull a card or I've done something for someone and I will say, I don't know if this is right. Let me know if I'm wrong because I can't learn otherwise. But people who insist they know what I feel, that insist they know what I'm thinking, insist that they know what my future plans or thoughts are, whether I'm looking into the future or not, they seem to know. And they're just wrong. I'm sorry. And when I say, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Oh, no, I'm not. Hey, Road Rebel, how are you? Cards are sometimes seen as good luck charms and often sticking to obscure private rituals before a game, just as many. Yep, a certain action when shuffling your deck. Um, Green, I don't think about anything. I try to stay mindless and shuffle them. Because I don't want me to be in the cards. That's what I've learned over the years. I can't be involved in the cards. So I'm shuffling and they go, okay, that's good. And then I'll have them shuffled and I'll be sitting ready to go through them. And then they'll go, no, cut the deck. And when I cut the deck, one side turns upside down. So somewhere there was a card that if I was going to pull it, might have come up, I might have pulled it with it being upside down when it should have been right side up or just the opposite. So, but I don't think about it. I just try to stay very, very, very neutral. And so I'll get this feeling like, shuffle it one more time. And I've thought about this. Why shuffling shouldn't do anything really. It's just something that I do to try to get it's what we do, I think, just because we've learned how to do magic tricks and all this, but you shuffle the cards, right? Hey, Tracy B. And so about to sleep but listening. Thanks. Blessings to you, Tracy B. Yeah, I just couldn't sleep and they were bothering me about this. But so for me, when I pull the cards, I'm not trying to like, okay, what are they? Which card? No, I have this feeling in my fingertips when I'm going through the cards. So one of the things like, why should I shuffle them when I kind of thumb through them anyway? I don't look at them or whatever. And, but sometimes there'll be the card where the card before the one I choose, I'll flip it over and look at it and they go, keep that one. And I go, okay. So sometimes they're stacking the deck with another card near the one that's like the primary card. And I'm still learning. I don't know how they're doing it, but it's like, so shuffle one more time. And I go, and I just hold the deck and go, okay, is that it? And they go, nah, one more time. And so, but I'm not trying to project into the cards at all. Now, when I'm rifling through the cards, I'll say, okay, this card's for, Robin, or Rogue Rebel, this card's for them, or this card's for Greenie. So, that's when I'm trying to say, okay, this card is, now show me which one it is through my fingertips. Now, different people do it different ways, but this is how I've developed mine. But to the point, though, I have to stay out of the equation, but there are people who will insist, like a fortune teller. And now having grown up in a carnival, I knew some fortune tellers that were damned accurate, let me tell you. I mean, damned accurate, scary, want to crap yourself a little bit and there's pee in your underwear if you're wearing them. And so, but, and I got it. I just got to say it, but there's some new agers out here now, and folks are now. I know there are a lot of you who've gotten cards and decks recently. Just be careful. Learn how to use them, but just be careful, please. Before you do a reading for somebody else, Find out how accurate you are with yourself. Or maybe, close friends say, would you mind if I pull a card for you and let's see, this is a practice for me. Okay. But do not go around saying, hey, let me do a card reading for you or blah, blah, blah. No, no, please. You have to develop your own feel about it. Okay. Some people will just shuffle the card and they'll like take the top card. I don't do that. Now, sometimes it is the top card. All right. And sometimes it's the bottom card, but sometimes it's in the middle somewhere. So, but like with Taro and some other things, you shuffle the deck and you put them down and then you flip the top card. That's not how I do these medicine cards. Okay. Now, so with that said, to anyone who's doing cards, and there were some folks who've been doing Taro for years, and I said, when was the last time? When was the last time you didn't do a reading for a day? And I said, be honest. They were like, I can't remember the last time I skipped a day and didn't use the cards. And so I have to ask folks, are you sure your cards are not controlling you? Because it's sort of like your cell phone, you can't put it down. Every single day, you got to pick up those cards. Every single day, you have to do this. Are you sure? Well, I really like it. I know that. I know, but it has now become an obsession with you and these cards. Well, people like my readings, and okay, all right. I'm trying to make, I want to, they send me money and send gifts, and oh, okay. But have you just said, me in the spirit world going to just take a break today? You deserve a break today. So, but I know people have different, points of view on this, but one of my pet peeves here recently have been these empathic thoughts, projections towards me as to I'm not getting this and that I'm actually, and they're right. But, and I realize that trying to discuss this is not going to work, right? And so anything that I say to say, but I I think you're off base. They're so convinced that they're right, they won't even have a discussion. And that's just not right. Because whatever they may be feeling or seeing or whatever, maybe they're wrong. Like all these other folks that have been wrong, that have done readings and psychic interpretations for me. And I go back to them and I say, are you sure you're doing a reading about me? I mean, you know me, you've seen me. Are you sure that reading's for me? Because it is nowhere. Now, maybe there's another entity that's like hanging out around Dave, but y'all are just, you ain't got it right. Oh, but I'm never wrong with my cards. Really? Well, okay, but you're wrong about this. No, I'm not. You're just, it's then they throw it back on me that it's my fault that the cards, I can't see where the cards are coming from or that there's a hidden message in it. And even though I try to make it work, now here's my warning to people. Because the mystic, whoever it is, insist that they're right and insist that you look at it from their point of view or that you should re-look at it and reevaluate it. Okay, so I read the 3 4 pages again and I went, no. Well, this line right here kind of sort of true, but the rest of the paragraph is off. What about this or that? I went to Marie Laveau's voodoo shop and my cards read, and let me tell you, I left shocked. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some very freaky folks out there. I knew a Mayan. She was a witch. Okay, she was a witch, and she used to divine with water. And we were down on the river fishing one day, and we were sitting down by the bank, and she grabbed my arm with this steel grip and had her hand in the water, and her eyes rolled back in her head, and I almost cracked, okay? And we're down in the swamp, and she starts telling me things, and with her eyes rolled black and her eyelids fluttering and her hand in the water, she was water scrying and it's scrying, okay? Um, oh, that's another pet peeve, but anyway, and then her eyes opened up, she pulled her hand out of the water, and she let go of my arm, and she said, "What was that about?" And I went, "That's all right. I don't want to go back into it, right?" I went, so, but she was a lot right in some stuff. Some of the details she said in her little quote reading to me were wrong. But even though they were wrong, there was this little bit of hint in an outline that kind of fit with some of the other stuff she said, but it really wasn't right on the numbers. But it was like it was a synchron sync a synchronic moment. It was a moment of synchronicity. Synchronic. Hmm. But she was dead on the money with some other stuff. But of all, and I love these folks who have spent the time and the energy to do me readings, or to have, had these elucidations or empathic whatevers about me, and then tell them to me, right? And I just go, well, that's nice. Well, that's interesting. And now I have, been in like 85 different plays, and I'm not stretching it. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to brag. In my career since high school, I have been in 85 different plays. And I used to be a part of three different local community theaters: Moultrie, Thomasville, and down in Cairo, and Tallahassee Little Theater. But so I'm not stretching it. I actually have been involved with theater in that many productions. Um, so she was possessed. Brandy, hi, how are you? She was something. And now she was my friend's wife, okay? And she was a friend of mine too. But she would do strange things like that. But let me tell you, when her eyes rolled back in her head, I'd seen her do some things and meet people, and she'd grab their arm and go and tell them things that they were like, literally run out of the house going, "She's a witch, she's a witch." And too many people, especially around this time of the year when we were doing our Halloween special out in the country, she would do palm readings and so forth as part of her thing. And everybody that walked out of the house would look at us and go, did you know your wife's a witch? Or did you know that Francesca's a witch? Did you know yeah, we know. That's why we leave her in the house and we're out here having fun. We know. So, in my humble opinion, I think I've met some true individual folks who could talk spirit world or whatever and see and that kind of thing. And there are some folks, and I mean this with respect, there are some folks who are convinced that they are, when for me, they haven't. I mean, if somebody got 20% right, I'd go, okay, and I would, give them some credit there. But when I couldn't even make something fit me and my personality or my future, I just shook my head. I'm sorry, you got it wrong. No, I'm not. You're the one that's wrong. Well, I need to show my feminine side more. Yeah, yeah. There, it's creepy when they can, literally crawl in your tiny little brain and pull stuff like that out, ain't it? So, but anyway, so having witnessed literally witnessed. I would go over and sit with Francesca. We'd go down on the river fishing in the swamp. We'd camp out on the river, and we'd all get buzzed and things. And I'd known her for several years, so it wasn't like you know. But there were times she would tell me about things in the future because I tried not to want to know what she saw in the future. But she scared the shit out of a lot of other people, to put it mildly, with her talents and techniques. Yeah, yeah, that's what Francesca could do. But so, having had those types of experiences with people and having them been in your dreams, just like you say, Green, is like, and then there are those people who think they got it right, are positive they got it right, will convince themselves, regardless of whether you say, well, but I'm sorry, but I don't feel that way. I don't look at it like that. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. This ain't no, and over time it doesn't come true because it isn't true. So whatever I don't know, maybe they're seeing another person, you know, because there are some folks who think they know old Hawkeye and they ain't got a GD clue about it. You hear me? And it's like, hang out with me, go down the river with me. Don't just say, well, I watched one of your videos, so, and now because I bare my soul for all to see, as to gain your trust and to say, listen, this is what's going on in the universe. Try to find positive things. You know me well enough because you come and still hang out with me. I love you all. But this idea that somehow because somebody's seen a couple videos, they know what my heart truly is. They know exactly how I feel. And there were times when my dear friend Marcia, God rest her soul, she'd go blah 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 blah, and I'd look at her and go, "You're wrong." Oh no, but I see this in you, and I'd go, "Well, you're looking at somebody else, but that I'm not even thinking that." Yeah, but I'm getting this vibe from you. Well, then you're putting it out, because that's not what I'm thinking. Now, I had trouble with my ex wives because they always tried to say, well, I know what you're thinking. And they would tell me what I was thinking. And I would go, no, sorry, but that's not what I'm thinking. That's not how I feel about it. And so for all my life, I've been having, come to think of it, mostly women to tell me what I'm thinking. Well, you feel this way. No, I don't. Yes, you do. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Would you shut up, please? No, I don't. So, and there's no amount of convincing these folks that they got it wrong. Oh, well, I can read you like a book. Then you got, but where'd you get the book? Out of the garbage or something? I mean, somebody threw this thing away and you're trying to fit it to me. Sorry, but you got it wrong. So there are folks out there, I will tell you, if they get it wrong, tell them you got it wrong. So some recent events, I have told a couple of folks, I'm sorry, but you've got it wrong. And they have persisted in telling me, no, I'm the one that's wrong. So I'm here tonight going, hey, it's one thing, somebody does a reading for you or something like that. I'm very thankful and humbled. But if they get it wrong, they got it wrong. I've done my own room readings. I've pulled my own cards and done spreads and all this stuff in over the years, and I've gotten it wrong. I'm like, oh well, death's door and this and that and the other thing, and even I've tried to like squeeze it around, and maybe it was the death of a thought or the death of a feeling or the death of and nah, there was no death, you know. And so, but when you're wrong, you're wrong. Don't try to make your life fit what somebody tells you. Don't try to follow what the cards say, because if the cards are saying anything, like when I pull a card for y'all, it's, be more positive, maybe do more thinking, be in more, be more in joy, don't be like Coyote, or maybe you seem to be in a Coyote mode recently or something. But this idea that I'm trying to me now, I'm not trying to foretell the future. I'm not trying to foretell anybody's present condition. If the bear card comes up for you, and for me, I was like, yeah, take back my authority. And tell some of these people, quit trying to be nice with these folks, and just say, listen, y'all got it wrong. Now, I haven't pointed my finger and called them names, but they got it wrong, period. Okay. So, and they continue to insist they got it right. Oh, you'll learn about this in the future. But I've already learned things that you're discussing that I'm going to learn, when I kind of already learned those. But you're insisting I'm going to learn more that I really don't know. Okay. The bottom line, that just because somebody has empathic thoughts or something, um, I will be the first one to say, hey, I had some thoughts or feelings about somebody, and I was wondering if they were okay. And I sent them a message. And, I was sort of right, but not really. There was something going on, but it wasn't tragic, but it was time consuming for the person. And so, and I was like, boy, I'm sure glad I was wrong about this, right? But some of these folks refuse to take being wrong even into their own vocabulary. My dear friend Marcia, I love you out there. I do. But she would look at me and swear to know what I was thinking or feeling. And I'd go, honey, who are you looking at? Let me get out of this vehicle and get back in. And let's try this again. Because you are so wrong, And oh, no, you're just hiding your feelings. No. And earlier on in our relationship, when I was going crazy and on meds and stuff, and literally being crazy, I would look at her and go, there's a part of what you're saying in there is true. But then over the years, they would look at me, she would look at me and still see the old me. And I go, Marcia, I don't feel like that anymore. I've changed. What you're looking at me, but you're seeing the old me. I don't feel like that anymore. Well, but you're harboring him. No, I'm not. What I'm harboring right now is that you're trying to tell me how I'm feeling, and you're wrong. I'm sorry. Oh, no, I know I'm right. I'm see. Holy sweet Jesus. No, they're right. Nope. Sorry. And recently, there's a couple people that are so off the mark, and they're just going to try to beat me up about it, that they're right. And man, I've been sneezing tonight. So how y'all doing? I'm slightly early for the 20. I've been harboring this since the last 20. So we got what, about 10 minutes? And I wasn't really going to like hang out here long, but we got to be careful. Oh, do a reading for me. Okay. And then, are you going to try to are you going to try to get the reading to fit you? Or are you going to go, wow, this really doesn't fit? If it don't, now, honestly, if it don't. Now, there are things that folks have told me, and I'll look at it and go, I don't think so. But I'll keep it in mind. Thank you. Oh, that's what I was going to say about theater. I can take a critique. somebody's got a view about something, and they'll stand up and you're a lousy actor, you need to do this, you need to give me more of that, do something, change the thing, change your tempo, work down here, whatever it is, right? So, and in order to be a good engineer, I had to be able to take criticism from people going, "Oh, I think this is stupid and this ain't going to work, and you better check your dimensions." Sometimes they were right, but it did teach me certain things. So, so they weren't like 100% right. They were more like 10% right and 90% BS. But people wanting to project on me what they think I'm feeling or thinking. So I've dealt with this all my life, long time, GI. But I thought that maybe I'm in my older years, I'm trying to project the Hawkeye versus Dave or something, and I know I've talked on, touchy, weird subjects and things and about my family and, oh my God, for those six of you in the house right now, if you followed along, I've been having truck issues and stuff. I went out today. You will be so proud of me. And I took a truck apart and I took the old parts off and cleaned and primed and put the new parts back on and cranked it up and drove down the road. And so the reason I say that is because, I've been wanting to go and see my granddaughter down in Panama City. I'm sorry, Pensacola, and go camping down there and all that kind of stuff. And, I could barely get to, the local town and back, So now it seems and looks like I have, corrected some of my problems, and I will actually be able to, drive down to Pensacola. Now, I'd like to go next week because Monday is my granddaughter's birthday, November the 1st. So I would love to go down and, share her birthday, but I still got some bugs and things to work out with my truck. But here's the thing: a couple of weeks ago, I was unsure that I would be able to go down there at all. Now, because of perseverance, because of looking for answers, because, taking my authority back, reclaiming my own time, that like I took that video today and put it up of what my yard looks like now. Because I'm going to do a video in a couple of weeks and I'm going to show you and say, look at the changes I've made, and look how much concrete I poured, and look how the porch is coming along. Because after all these years of kind of just, patsying around with stuff, I'm actually getting things done, and you can see the difference. So I'm doing it for me, basically, to say, see what I've done? Dave, you can do this. But also, I'm sharing it with you all too, because there have been some folks like, well, I wonder what your house looks like. Well, I showed you. I, I looked around, I was like, I didn't even put a shirt on. I was just in my shorts and sandals kind of thing. So, but it was one of them, spur of the moment wimmy thingies. Well, I think I'll just go ahead and walk outside and, do this short little video. But anyway, for me, it is an impetus, um, a stick in the butt, to say, Dave, you made this video now, and that you're going to show people how good you done in the near future. Now, if you don't go out there and get her done, then people are going to wonder where that video's at, right? So I'm playing this psychological bullshit game with myself. And at the same time, I really did want to share the house with you. And a lot of my house is made out of recycled materials. And I'm always trying to look for a reason to recycle something. It's so absolutely true. I mean, the little porch over my back door is, has recycled from one of those play sets. And I still got some of the pieces over by the fire. And it's about time to melt them because I haven't been able, after all this time. And the sun's breaking them down, and they're a pain in the butt. And I've had tried to think of what I could use them for, and nothing's come up yet. So, but anyway, Um, we got 5 minutes. So um, be very, very careful what somebody else is telling you and whether or not they're trying to convince you that they're right. Oh, yes, this is going to happen to you. Don't buy it. Just go, okay. Now, if it's the Marie Laveau kind of thing like Greenie, you go like and me and when Mama Chitois, um, you went, oh holy crap, I better keep an eye out. Now the trick is don't believe that it must happen. You know, you must take into consideration that it could be a future event. All right. And to be aware of it. So the key is to be aware of it, not scared of it. Right. So, but then there were things that some folks have shown me that have literally terrified the crap out of me. And some of it came true in a lot of ways, not necessarily exactly how they told me, but it did. The end was that, you know, me and a person split up and it wasn't very kind. As much as, you know, I tried to make it kind, it didn't and it wasn't. And there was nothing I could do but just, you know, so it was one of those no-win situations, and you just got to take the beating. You know, literally, you just got to take the beating. You ain't getting out of this one without, you know, with no scratches. Nah. So, and it was because of my own dreams and forecast and hard decisions that I knew that what was going on at the time could not be future events. And I'm now here in the future looking back and I can say, I was right with my premonitions. I was right that, you know, it would not have worked out. I was right about this, you know. So I take other people's words and I look at them and I'll look at them twice and I'll go down a third time. And if there's anything in there, I'll like, well, you know, this is interesting. But then when it's wrong, it's wrong, it's wrong. Why try to make it right? Or why to try to take someone else's critique about you as your character or person when they really don't know the whole story. They think they do because they've been watching this play. They've been watching the videos. They've been watching this. Have they really met me? Do they really know me? They think they do because they've watched this. Well, I know Dave in and out. Do you really? Honestly? Okay. So what am I doing tomorrow? You know, it's almost a 20. 18. Man, I'm like in a hurry here because I missed my last 20. But so I don't want to beat a dead horse. I really don't. But there are some folks out there. Please be careful about these folks. I still pray for them, and I'm hoping that the spirits will kind of, you know, David Castle, how are you? I'm praying desperately that Creator will step in and kind of straighten some of these folks out and go, hey, you know, you need to chill with what you're doing here because no offense, you really are wrong about this. You know, sorry, but you're really wrong. No matter how much you want to pretend or project or try to convince or cajole or use your energy in the universe, you got it wrong. Period. 1 minute. I'm starting early, so y'all get your ladders ready. Smoke if you got them, and a fire in the hole or two. I got advice from a native lady years ago at a powwow. Did not know me from Adam. Got out of the vehicle, walked 30 feet to her booth. She was the first booth at the end. And she told me things about myself. She goes, you know, you got to let room under the door to let the little people in and out, because if not, you'll piss them off. You got to leave them little. You got and the thing is it was me and my brother, and I can't, and a third person. I can't remember who it was, but we had been talking about little people and leprechauns and things and stuff, and that I'd said that out there in the yard and in the back, that I had there were certain places that I had promised the woodland creatures that I wouldn't burn it, I wouldn't mow it, I wouldn't cut it, I wouldn't, I may make a trail, but I would stick to the trail. I wouldn't wander around. And then after a couple of years ago, I went down in the woods and all them woodland critters are gone, which is interesting. But this Native American lady said, you have to leave little treats for them. And I looked at her and I said, how'd you know? She goes, I just saw it in you. Weren't you, did you know that about the little people and the hole by the door? And I was like, no. And who are you? And freaked me out. Now, this has been 20 some years ago. I mean, this really was um, oh, it's been 30 years ago. But anyway, but to the point, she got it right. She got it dead on the money. Got it right. Even got the side of the door where the hole was. Got it right. And she wasn't even trying. She was trying to give me advice about the little people. So there are folks when, if they get it right, I'll tell them. But when they get it wrong, and I go, well, that's interesting. Oh, you better okay. Heed my warning, David. No, you are about to be visited by three ghosts. Whoa. Yeah, I wrote Scrooge, and we did it 2 years in a row in Thomasville. So yeah, the ghost of Christmas, whatever. But if somebody's got advice, I will listen. I will read it. But it doesn't mean I'm going to believe you or like, well, that's interesting. Okay. No, you're going to be visited. Okay. So some of these things that some folks have, I have to say, because they told me about it, they were projecting this onto me. I'm sorry, guys. A bunch of you got it wrong. A bunch of you. And some folks, even to this day, that are still trying, it got it wrong. Oh no, you'll see in the future. Okay. I have been tied to the whipping post, tied to the whipping post, tied to the whipping post. Lord, like I feel like I'm crying. Do, 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 do. Okay. A little song interlude there. Oh, it's 3 minutes after. I'm going to take another one of these. But so with folks out there, be careful with yourself. Be careful with other people, simply because they might not get it right, but there are so many folks that are looking for answers, they're looking for direction, and oh, I'll get these cards and they'll guide me. Maybe not. They might guide you in the wrong direction because you are new at this and you really don't know how to use them, and you're projecting your own thoughts into the cards, so you're kind of like picking your own destiny. Well, they what the cards are about? No, it's about allowing you to choose the cards without any interference, without your own emotions, and pick the cards that the spirits choose, not that you choose. Oh, but what's the if you don't know what I'm talking about, then I'm not trying to be rude, then you don't get what I mean, you know. So, but now, don't get me wrong. There's some folks who do some really good readings. Okay, I've had people do my astrological charts and stuff, and no, this is how you. No, I don't freaking feel that way. Oh, but you're a Virgo. With all you got all this Virgo in you because you're born the second day into after the vernal equinox, and you got all this Virgo in you. I know. but I'm trying to get rid of it. I don't want to be a Virgo. I want to be a Libra. I've made my choice here. Oh, but you gotta, yes, I have all these Virgo tendencies. I agree, but please stop shoving it down my throat. But your cards say, yeah, but I don't want to be what those cards say. Don't I have my own choice in the matter? Oh, but the cards say because you have somebody's moon and rising in Jupiter, they got Saturn's, and Uranus near their Pluto. And it's like, what? No, my conjunction is rising. Well, I I hope you can take a pill for that, or put some cream on it. Or maybe what's rising is that you shouldn't put cream on it, but never mind. That went south quick, didn't it? But anyway, in this understanding, I mean, half the time I don't know what I'm thinking. So how the hell does somebody else know what I'm thinking? I mean, now certain things, you got that right. What about that? Okay, you're kind of sort of right about that, but you know, but my point about discussing some of the things that I do is because I'm trying to figure it out. Okay, I don't want to feel a particular way. I want to get something off my chest. And like this, so people have all got their opinion, but if you're new into this cards and charms and this kind of stuff, and there's a particular channel that kind of in in sub in subconscious ways, they're getting people to try things they really should stay away from. Uh, things about earth magic and this and that. Well, what the hell do you mean by magic? Why do you want magic to begin with? There are things that people just need to ask certain questions before they go out and try this shit. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep this clean. But why do you want to do that? You know, uh, I've been watching these stories and everything. There's always this evil villain who wants to blow us up, kill us, poison us, stab us. It's all about the evil guy. And he always wants to rule the world or smash it, bash it, destroy it to start over. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, you got to have a plot twist, right? But in the real world, it's almost like people are looking for those people. Like, come on, I want to have a confrontation with you. Really? Why? Well, because in my dreams, okay, I've seen some crazy shit in my dreams too. And I have to kind of put stuff over to the side and go, wow, that was a really interesting dream. But now let's be honest. Is there any truth in it? Or was it just a dream? I'm releasing feelings. Um, I have looked at the bigger picture and this really weird dream, pans out in front of me. And I go, well, that's strange. But I realize I'm like trying to connect dots in my head of things that I've observed, that are going on right now. So I'm not trying to project what it is, but I am trying to see if there's anything hidden that I'm not seeing, right? So and then I try to pass those things on to you, like tonight. So folks who have been doing this for a while, and go ahead and get a reading if you want to. But I would ask you to question your own motive. All right. Why do I need another reading? Why do I need another reading? Why do I need another reading? Why don't If you think that it's connecting you better to the spirit realm, you may be fooling yourself because you're already connected to the spirit realm. All right. And if you'll shut up on the inside and listen, you might not need the cards at all for yourself. That look weird or cool. So I'm not trying to be rude and crude to folks, really, on all of these objects to connect to the spirit realm. When at the end of it all, they tapped me on the shoulder and said, like, are you done playing with your toys now? And I was like, yeah, but I gotta have my cards. Where am I? And they were like, Well, okay, if you're not done with your toys, we'll leave you alone. Well, whoa, 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 wait. Come back here. What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? And they look down at me and go, have you not learned yet that you don't need the cards or the runes or any of that? Uh, what about this incident? You had this revelation or understanding, and you kicked a habit or something. Were you using cards or anything then? No. Do you think you need them now? Well, because I had become so dependent upon them myself. So I will caution you and warn you, use the cards. But if you find yourself that you have to do another reading, you got to pull them cards out again. You got to see what's next. You may not be in control of the cards. Seriously. Now, you may be, because there is a part of you that thinks it must know future events. I got to know what's going to happen. I got to know if this is going to turn out right. And there's panic in that. So that energy will screw up the cards. Your anticipation of what tomorrow may bring or what it might not bring. Oh, are we all going to die? Yes or no? Well, all from where? The whole planet, or you talking about the universe, or you just talking about the people on your block? I, I mean, really. So, but this idea though that if someone does a reading for you or pulls a card, and I know you all have been absolutely lovely, and if I'm wrong, you tell me. If the card is bad, tell me, right? So far, y'all have been like, well, that fit. So for me, what I'm doing is I'm just providing a service through the spirit world. I am not involved in this, other than I'm the vehicle to feel the cards, right? But as far as putting my energy into it, what do I expect? I don't know what y'all are thinking. I just, when I say raise your hand in the spirit world so my guide can see yours, and then I pick the card. You know my drill. So, but with that in mind, I try to keep it very simple. There, to me, I don't want any hoodoo voodoo to be involved. You know what I mean? So I will light sage or whatever and meditate before, because I don't want to be wrong. If I'm going to be wrong all the time, then I ain't doing them. You know. And there were times when I know I shouldn't pull a card. It's the feeling's not there, the time's not right. And there are other people like, well, why can't you just pull a card? Because for me, it's not the right time. For whatever reason, not now. But later on, I'll do readings for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, right? Like one of the last times. So when I'm in the zone, get me while you can, right? But again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Now with other folks, oh, I did this reading, and the person goes, oh, that was right on, and they get all these accolades. And I sometimes wonder, because they don't want to embarrass the person doing the reading, that maybe they didn't get it right or some of it, you know. So they go, oh yeah, that was great. But in the chat room, they say, well, I don't know about that, that reading. That's going to make the person who's doing the readings look bad. So it skews the person that is doing the reading, because you're not actually giving the proper feedback, right? Well, in my dream, I see this woman in a purple dress. No, it's a blue dress with some red trim. Well, that makes purple. Oh, stop it. You know, some stuff is just stupid. They tried to make their prediction fit. And to some of the recent things for me, folks are trying to, well, this is your issue. This is what's wrong. Look, I've had doctors and lawyers and tell me what they think I know, and or how I'm feeling, or how it's all going to work out for me. and most of them were dead flipping wrong. And it's not because I've tried to deny it, okay? But I look at it, and for me, and because I've had this done many times, I have to allow my spirit to like read the fine print. Oh, let me read this and see what's here. And they go, Hawkeye, this is bullshit. Be sure. Okay, let's read it again together out loud. Blah 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 blah. And they'll like look in the mirror. Does that fit you? No. Okay, then are you going to try to accept this statement that they made that this is how you feel, or but take back your authority, right? So, but anyway, um, with all the confusion in the world, there's also confusion on an energetic layer. And there are some folks who I honestly think their programming got screwed up. Well, last week, reading is happening now for me. Oh, really? Well, thank you, Tracy. See, y'all know that if I'm wrong, tell me. You know, if the card didn't fit, tell me. But see, you're saying that last week the reading is happening now. That's just cool. You know, that's just cool. Because I'm just the mediator. It's the universe telling you. You know what I mean? So, and I honestly, for a day after I do a reading, I'm so humbled that if anybody got anything out of the cards or whatever, and Tracy, see, it took a week, but it came. But for some of these things that folks have been, quote, prophesying for me, it's just not even in the realm. I mean, I'd have a better luck with a spaceship landing in the yard than having some of these things that have been told to me, how I feel and things and stuff. It just, it ain't gonna happen. I'm sorry. Can you admit that you're wrong? I've been through enough psychotherapy and stuff that I can psychoanalyze myself and be honest with myself. If I'm hiding something, I've hidden certain things from y'all. I go, well, I've been talking about this, blah blah blah, and actually, so for example, now for today, I can give you all, kudos. I took my truck apart, fixed the component, well, cleaned the components and put the new parts back on, and my truck started. And me and Duggar went and rode down the dirt road to watch the stars tonight, and then started at the truck and drove home. And it's doing a lot better. So after I took the video today in the yard, but the fact that it's like, if you don't try it, if you don't work on it, if you don't, have the confidence, and one of the things, because I have lost so many talents in my brain, I looked at the truck and I said, Dave, how many times have we taken this stuff apart before? Well, we've done it quite a few times in the past. Then what the hell is your issue? So the first screw I take out to work on the truck today, I drop it down on through the manifold and down onto the engine block. So, but luckily, I have purchased, and I have it in my pocket. These things are handy. It's a magnet on the end of this little telescoping thingy. Let me tell you, I got my little headlamp on and went out there, located it, extended this thing, and pulled that little puppy right out. And I was like, thank you, Jesus. And I mean that with respect. But so, and then I put one of the parts on upside down, which was like weird. And because I couldn't plug it up, but I had to take the whole damn thing back off again. Learned a thing or two. But persistence, you know, patience at the same time, because I went, oh crap, I put that on upside down, some bitch, you know. So I didn't throw anything. I didn't really cuss. I was just like, damn it, I should have caught that. But for me, if I hadn't done something a little weird, you know, And if it had went too well, if I hadn't have dropped the screw, if I hadn't had a little bit of trouble with getting the tube back on the rubber hose, if I hadn't had a little bit of problem, but it went back together, everything's fine. Truck cranked right up, and the idle is good. you know, I didn't try to kill myself coming back down the driveway. It was funnier than hell the other day, though. Bloom, 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 bloom. I felt like I was in a Laurel and Hardy movie when they're driving those old trucks down the bumpy road or something. But anyway, um, but as far as the cards now, there are some folks that are very talented. Now, but again, the warning message from the universe is that with so many people participating in this now, the energy is so jumbled. If you don't have a decent control of your own energy, then, and you really don't have a good connection with your own spirit guide, then how are you going to know whether or not the cards are even remotely uh, true? Now, here's one thing I will be very honest with you with, and I've thought about this, and almost challenged myself, but it was like, but how am I going to really know? you know, are they going to be like, here's a card, nah, nanny, nah, nah, we fooled you. This card don't mean squat to you. Okay, my husband has taught himself how to fix everything on our vehicles from YouTube. Yep. Well, see, Delaney, before I had the last bad head thing, I'm an engineer. I built tool and die parts with, I have rebuilt engines, taken them out, torn apart, put new rings and pistons, the whole 9 yards. I have done valve jobs in the old days. Replace head gasket. I mean, you name it. I have worked on vehicles. I've never been into transmissions much, but I have replaced clutches and that kind of stuff. Brakes all the way around, right? Worked on all that kind of stuff. I've rewired cars. I've rebuilt carburetors. Had a gentleman that was going to teach me how to rebuild automatic transmissions. And oh my God, is there a shortage of good automatic transmission repairmen? If you want to go into something, start your own business, learn how to fix an automatic transmission. I'm telling you, boy or girl, doesn't matter. You learn how to do it, go to a school, they'll teach you. You can make 50 bucks an hour, set your own hours, and I'm telling you, and everything's got a transmission in it, and most of them are automatic any days. And there are times when they just throw the transmission away because there ain't nobody to work on them. So, but yeah, you want a job, and a job that'll, because no matter, even if the shit hits a fan, if somebody's clutch goes out, or their transmission, and you know how to fix it, they will feed you. You know what I mean? But sticking with the cards and so forth, though. So, for those people who feel so inclined, try it, but set up an experiment. Like for me, I could go pull any one of those 44 cards and find something in that card, up or down, that could fit me. All right. Well, joy, or something about this, or keeping an eye on that. But there are times when the card really hits home, and you go, whoa, you pull a card and go, I was just thinking about that, or something along these lines. And you pull that card, like I've done after a show. And, the card fits basically the motif of the story, or of the day. Hey, Chloe, you had notifications on silent. Pearl, good for your husband. I honestly mean that, you know. I watched this one YouTube video, and they're like, 40 minutes, you can have this thing on and off, no trouble. Yeah. 40 minutes into it, I was like, who was that son bitch that said that? But 40 minutes in, I'm like, nah, 40 minutes, my ass. But anyway, so they must have done it before and had practice if they did it in 40 minutes. But with all the stuff you got to take off, do this and that. But anyway, so I kind of giggled at that. But yeah, 40 minutes my ass. uh, but and for example, in knowing what I know about engines and cars and trucks and vehicles, I mean, when I worked on the carnival, man, I knew how to tear down and set up like three-fourths of the rides back by the time I was 15 years old. And I was backing semis up and driving them around the lot back when I was 15 and 16. And when I got my learner's permit, they'd actually let me drive out on a street and back around and back onto the lot. I mean, semi tractor trailers, with carnival rides in them. And so, I've been doing this stuff for a long time, but when I got my head banged, it did something to my mechanical stuff, like it did to the music thing, like it has done with my carpentry skills. But I have been kicking myself in the butt here recently, thus the short video about my yard and the place and so forth. These are the things I'm working on because I want to take them back. However, I lost it, whatever, it was hot and rainy this summer, okay? And it was hot and rainy this summer, okay? And it was hot and rainy this summer, okay? So there was a lot of things I really wanted to do, but it was hot and rainy this summer. So, but now that it's cooled off, and I was running around with no shirt on, didn't even think about it. And when I looked at the like the beginning of it, I was like, man, I didn't need to be shirtless, but anyway, running around half naked in October. It's almost November, by the way, but so for me, it's beautiful because I've been sweating all summer long and feeling like crap. And now I can run around in my shorts outside, and be almost naked and it be, 62 degrees and I'm in heaven. So, in my older, see, when I was younger, I would have had three t-shirts on and an overcoat if it had got to 60 degrees. And, but that's because I grew up in Florida, you know, where 60 degrees was like freezing to death for some of us. But but now that I've lived up here in Georgia all these years, I look forward to 60 degrees because I'm taking my clothes off. You know, if it just wasn't, running naked, wearing a pair of loose shorts is just as good as running naked, without having any of your body parts sticking out that could get wounded or otherwise smacked, but it's just practical that way. But, to run around at, the 29th of October and with no shirt on, and the sun had come out for like 30 minutes. It was all sunshine and everything. Then the clouds moved back in and it got colder. Then I had to put on a t-shirt and a long sleeve shirt because it got like a lot colder. And I wasn't quite prepared for that. But this is my preparation for getting for cold weather. Now it's chilly in the house. It's probably like 62 degrees, maybe 64. And other people would have a heater on. I just got my slippers on and long sleeve shirt and this old vest, and I'm quite comfortable. You know, all the I realized I still had the kitchen window open, and I kept feeling this breeze going. Where the hell is that coming from? And I forgot to close that window, which is closed now, so I don't have a cross breeze in the house. But it's really chilly outside. It's in the lower 50s right now. But um, every year after I learned how to do this, you let yourself get cold, not to the point of freezing to death, but if you're a little chilly, then you deal with it and your body will get adjusted to it. So as it gets colder in the wintertime, if you allow yourself, well, I could really use a coat, but you can get by for 5 or 10 minutes, your body's adjusting. And so I run around half naked in really cool weather is for me is helping my body to get adjusted to the cooler temperatures coming. this winter. So, but for folks who live in extreme conditions, now for me and my head bangs and everything, I just can't do the hot weather, right? I can do heat for short durations, but this hot heat all the time and the humidity, nah. But so this is my time of year, and so and honestly, for myself, I want to get these things done because they need to be done, and the place needs to get cleared up. I want to see these things done because I have wished them, but things have gotten in my way and have swayed me in different directions from the goals that I have intended for a long time. So, Creator has given me the resources and things, but what I lacked was gumption or my own whatever. And I have these little spurts where I get a lot done and then don't. Well, summertime. So I'm out of that. But from me to you, there are a lot of us who've had a crappy summer, you know what I mean? And that we wanted to get things done and we just tried, but things just got in our way, right? Or it's just the wrong damn mood or moment or something. Like somebody wants me to pull a card and I apologize. I can't, not now, right? Later on, but you can't explain it, but it's like not now. So it's going to be very interesting with these trying times. What these folks are going to throw at us. But we can be assured that the bad guys aren't thinking good thoughts for us. Okay, and you can probably look around and tell that something's up. Now, let me share you this little tidbit of information, and it was on the Dark Journalist. And oh man, I can't think of his name now. Anyway, professor, written books, and the discussion about the all the ships offshore, all the container ships and stuff, that why would they let things bottleneck like that? And they've come up with all these excuses. And here's something we should just stop and think about before we panic. What if they're holding those ships offshore because they're checking for something in one of the ships and they don't know which one? Or maybe it's in several. What if it's a nuke coming from China? What if it's component parts that once it gets here, it creates some kind of, you know what I'm saying? So, but there seems to be something else going on rather than dock workers and truck drivers. Okay. And they don't want to bring a bunch of attention to it. So it's like, now, had any of us thought about that? Here's all these boats coming from where? China. Who's supposed to be against us? China. Who wants to blah, blah, blah? China. China, 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 China. Okay. So these boats coming from China, Taiwan, blah, blah. Okay. Do we really know what's in them? Well, they got this manifest. Yeah, but they can lie about that shit, right? So do we really know what's on those ships, right? Until you get to them, pull the stuff off. And so, what if they got a tip that something nasty or weird or strange or something is in one or more of those ships out there? And they're holding them up because they want to check them. Had any of thought about that? And to me, the answer for me, it was like, I knew something was fishy, but I hadn't considered that as being the reason. And so, I'm like, well, there's this and that. And yeah, and I had to, I've talked about the just in time BS and how everything's linked to, you get it just in time. Otherwise, you're going to run out, and then you're going to be sunk and you have to close the doors of your business because you have no backup. You have no other resources. So I can see that. But then the great thing, oh, it's because of this. The reason all the ships are out in the Pacific is get this. It's because of global warming. What? Oh, I have heard some remarks, and I think these folks were like serious about their remarks. No, I mean it. Like okay, so they're premonitions of things, but in being cold hearted and looking at stuff ever since I saw Jack Ruby get shot on live TV in Dallas on that Sunday before we went to church. Uh, you know, Stuff ain't been right ever since then for me. Um, that was what 2 days after JFK got killed, and we all Catholics were in mourning and all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, it was a really bad time back then. For those of you who are old enough to know about it, everybody was grieving everywhere. It was one big, solid sob cry. It was horrible. So, but anyway, then we find out later and all this stuff, right? So, who do we trust? Our government, and some of them folks are trying to sell us, and we got a special deal for you, like for all of them folks that are sitting out there going, you know, um, um, old Uncle Joe, he's a moving kind of slow at the junction, but he's going to get us that we're going to get at what what he promised he was going to give us. Are you sure about that? But well, old Joe said, yeah, he did. Old Joe told us, yeah, he did. And old Joe, is moving kind of slow at the junction, Capital Junction. Anyway, so but um we have to be prepared for anything. I'm serious. The way these people are acting, they could start dropping elephants out of airplanes. We might see these, albatrosses going by and dropping elephants out on people because they hate Republicans. I mean, who knows? But there's some really, 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 really strange stuff. And, the thing about disclosure and all this stuff, in the recent news, for example, Biden said, they were supposed to open and release all of the JFK stuff, right? After all these 58 years, right? And Biden said, nope, 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 can't open them now. Oh, no, this thing with the 19, we can't open up. What? We can't release the secret files because of COVID-19. Would somebody go up and just slap him one time, please? Is he even on this planet? Are you kidding me? You can't open the files 58 years later because there's a virus going around? Well, what has that got to do with this? It's in the newspaper in the headlines, right? So we all know what's going on. As I've discussed before, there is no justice. No. Them folks, no. We don't get the justice. They do. The justice is they don't have to talk about it. They're not going to release it. They don't want any hassle in their watch. You know what I mean? And the last time we, quote, stormed the Bastille, people were sent to jail and somebody was shot. And, it's the Capitol Hill. We're trying to take over the country. It's our country. What do you mean take it over? How about we're already occupying it? You are the dumbasses that keep messing things up. But, I'm just an old crazy person. But there's some of these prognosticators that I just sit back and just look, and some of them made sense back in the day. Uh, and so, for me, I really don't want to know what tomorrow's going to bring. Why? Because I might lose sleep over it. That's why. I might get so like, oh, some bitch, what's going to happen tomorrow? Oh, you're kidding me. Really? And I have enough toilet paper, you know? So crap hits the fan. Do you have enough to wipe with? So I don't really want to know what tomorrow is going to bring. Well, how is your business going to do? Well, there were businesses that I have tried to go to, a couple of restaurants that were my favorite restaurants. my favorite macaroni and cheese, another place and another business, and they've all closed down, selling the building, and people have lost their jobs. Some of the best places to eat down here no longer exist. You wouldn't you if you drove into town now, you would never know that that building right there was one of the best eateries on this planet, and nobody knows, not a trace, only a memory, So it's very interesting how things have changed and how things are going to change. Um, how they're going to change? Some things are going to be kind of slow, and other things are going to be like an elephant dropped out of a C-47, C-27, C-39, a P-58, or a goose tross. Uh, but anyway, none of it should surprise us. I mean, they have surprised me with some things like you're not releasing the JFK files because of COVID? What are, oh my God. I, I would have, they came up with another excuse too, but he was like, well, there's two reasons, basically. I'm like, how about you just don't want that shit to come out because there's still people alive? How about that one? How about, families? And how about this? And oh my God. And what about this guy and that guy? Yeah. Then you might want to, take the old man's picture off the wall as president. You know what I mean? Do any of you know who I'm talking about? But there are folks who have seen into the future. I mean, I've talked about the things that I have seen in one of my journeys, and some of this stuff has happened. But I don't go out and try to prophesy it every day. I have done a video or two. I've talked about it, and the Braves on horseback. If you want to go back, but it replays in my head when I don't want it to. You know what I mean? And there are things off in the distance and during the dream session thingy, and that when I see look like when I'm using the computer, but when I look at Greece or I look at Italy or I look at China or I look at Hong Kong or I look Singapore, or the Sudan or places in Africa, it's like when in the dream they zoomed into these different places and showed me the pain and the suffering and whatever. And then they zoom me back out, and then I'd go this direction. They zoom me in as turmoil and earthquakes and fire and screaming and horrendous. Uh, I still can't get the screaming and the pain out of my ears. I mean, there are times when it's like I hope to never actually hear it, but I've seen it and heard it in here too many times, and it's just like I really don't want to know what's going to happen tomorrow because if it's some of these events. Now, for those of you who've been with me a couple of years, I had talked about predicting about an earthquake down in Guatemala, and the next morning it happened. Then I did a video and I goes, I just was talking about this, right here. And to have seen those people, you know, burn and scream, and it just is still not a pretty sight. And there are times when it wants to rerun in my head to remind me. And it's like I don't really need reminding of the suffering and things and to come because there's still going to be fissures and lava and volcanoes. Uh, whether it gets any worse, a lot of folks are, predicting that it is. Now, are they predicting it because somehow they're actually instigating some of this stuff? I would say more like we've got a lot of solar activity going on, and that is absolutely affecting this planet. It's affecting every one of us. If it can affect the planet, and we're this tiny little thing on the planet, you betcha each one of us is being affected in our own little ways, right? So before you go bitching about other stuff, the first thing you need to think about, wow, this crazy world, blah, blah, blah. You okay? Everybody's going nuts. Okay, let's check the Schumann resonance. Let's see how many sunspots or how many CMEs. What's the ratio of gamma rays coming into what? Let me just not fret over it, but let before I blame it on something else, it might be cosmic energy, literally. Now, of all the things that was predicted years ago, was that we were going to start getting some cosmic energy, the solar energy was going to increase, and that these things would make a difference on the earth. It would affect the earth. Of all the UFO stuff, things that has been spouted to come true is happening right now. And years ago, in studying the data and looking at science and NASA and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I can see where this is coming in. There's a big debris field. There was like a 2 or 3 pound, or maybe it was a 2 or 3 meter. I mean, anyways, a nice sized chunk of rock that splashed into the ocean the other day in the Pacific. But we have rocks and things flopping into the ocean all the time. Just we don't catch them all, right? They don't want us to know about all of them, which is okay, you know. But if I see this, thing coming at me, I'm going to duck. So that's what I would suggest for y'all to, to duck and cover. But we live in a volatile universe. We live on a volatile planet. And everybody wants to blame you and me for what's going on in the universe. And that's just bullshit. The universe, if we're all dead, is still going to have hurricanes and tornadoes and snowstorms and rainstorms, and because it's been doing it for millions of years. So, regardless of us on this planet, now, are we affecting it? Yes. Could we do better? Yes. And people are trying, and that's a good thing. And I do think that there's enough technology and things that within the next 10 years, some significant changes can come about, not only in the United States, but across the planet. Not only in greenhouses and grow things and just stuff. And I don't mean Monsanto crap. I mean, just take regular seeds but, methods of growing so that everybody can grow something, and make it economical. Make it a project for the neighborhood instead of not allow some of these neighborhoods won't allow you to have a garden. There were people, and they have a type of cabbage that is decorative, have planted it in landscapes and around driveways before. It's beautiful and edible, right? It's a colored cabbage. So, and in wintertime is especially nice, to put in and to get you through until summer and or springtime when other flowers bloom and so forth. But anyway, but you can't do that. You know, you can't have a tomato on a trellis like you would trellis a rose bush. In a lot of places, you can't even have a trellis with a rose bush on it. So it's like people need to change the whole point of this. And everybody should have a victory garden. Everybody should be growing something. Everybody for their own health, whether it be herbs and spices. Everybody should be growing something. Fruit, a fruit tree, something. Everybody should be growing something, and then the whole planet would be profitable. And we wouldn't need other folks. Because between us in a neighborhood, if everybody planted something different, but everybody had like fruit trees, well, there are 5 fruit trees or apple trees in the neighborhood. There are 8 pecan trees in the neighborhood there, and I'm just talking like within a couple of blocks, right? And there's, and Miss McMurdy, she's got something over here, and these folks have got plum trees, and these folks over here have got pear trees, and these folks have, and so when it comes times to harvest, because there's too many apples for these folks to eat. They're trading pears and plums, and folks are trading. And in their garden, because we used to do it, we got, hey, our zucchini didn't come out too good this year. Well, I got plenty. Hey, but I got plenty of crookneck. Hey, I could use some yellow squash. Mine didn't do too well this year. Okay, so you're trading squash, which is what we used to do back in the day. So we can go back to that. We can plan our futures. We can get together with people, and it doesn't have to be huge gardens. Start a damn plant in a pot and be determined you're going to grow it. And then once you grow this one plant in a pot, you can grow greens in it. Grow a head of cabbage in a pot. There's so much you could grow in a 1 gallon plastic pot. In the next couple of days, I'm going to be transplanting these tomatoes, and I'm going to show a couple of things that I have done and am going to do for this to show you all how really easy it is. But anyway, so my dear friends, oh, it's three. What? Oh, it's almost 2 hours. Okay, I'll stick around for another 6 minutes, 7 minutes, and finish smoking this bowl with you. So, how y'all doing out there? Things being crazy for you? Um, the folks who are trying to contact the spirit realm and to try to see future events, they're so damn confused that what may come up for you. Uh, take it with a grain of salt. Let's see. Tracy was in here earlier, and she said that a card that I picked for her came out this week. It worked. So, okey doke. They might not happen right away. But if they don't happen at all, but the thing is that you keep it in your head. If it really means something to you right away, it'll stick with you. If it's wrong, you'll go, well, that's interesting. Now, there have been some times when I was surprised when a couple of those things that were so outlandish I never thought would happen, 50% of it actually came true from out of nowhere. So we never really know. But one of the things I know y'all been hearing me talk about this, especially recently, is that we just, need to chill, be prepared to whatever's going on. Because one of the things, and I do see it now with other people, I see it in you all and how you share. And I don't know about your daily lives, but if you're hanging out with me, then you're participating in some way and trying to make this a better world, by helping people and and being strong when other people are weak. And so I still believe one of the long-time prophecies that Mother Mary gave me way, way back when, and that is that I'm going to be here, like some of you all, to be the patient ones to calm some of these folks down when some of the truths actually are seen and they can't accept it. Um, in a way, we're here for the restart because they're going to stumble and fall all over themselves. Now, here's the trick: how far we can carry the restart and keep these other folks from like demanding and telling us what we're to think and what to do. And how about they make a suggestion? Can I suggest to you that? Oh, by the way, y'all, I get 2 stars today. One for working on the vehicle and having it start again, and the other is I've been smoking a pack of cigarettes every 2 days. It took me 3 days to smoke my last pack of cigarettes. I'm doing better. So, yeah, I had to interrupt that. And we're going 5 minutes before we do. Um, but a couple of weeks ago, it was like, man, I really need to cut down, and I just need to, So I just had made this statement to myself. There. I'm going to pull out a cigarette, and and I'll go, do I really want this? I'm going to put it down and just let it sit there. Okay. And then an hour will go by, and it's still sitting there. Haven't lit it because I just going to prove to myself that I'd really like to have it. Hey, Amanda, that I'd really like to have that cigarette. And it would be so easy uh, that, to pick up this lighter and light it. But here's the thing. So I talked about this a couple of weeks ago about self hypnosis and that kind of thing, putting the subliminal in there. So I have told myself that we're going to cut down, and we mean it this time. you know and so like I pulled this one out, and I just opened this pack just a little bit ago, and technically it was after 12 o'clock, so I made it 3 days on one pack of cigarettes, which is just absolutely delightful to me. Right, I opened up the pack early this morning, and I went, some bitch, there's still 5 cigarettes in the pack. Wow, I did good. And it took me the rest of the day to smoke them. So, but to the point, so can you do better? Yes. If you put the subliminal in you, but if your intent is, so I pulled it out and go, so every time I pull out a cigarette, the question is, do you really need that cigarette? Nah, I'm going to see how long I can go before I light it. It's just a test, only a test. It doesn't matter to anybody. Well, in the long run, it matters to me because I'm not smoking as much. It's also really damned expensive anymore. The price of cigarettes up, even for these cheap ones, have gone up to $5 a pack. And some other cigarettes as much as $10 a pack. So it's like, do I really need to be smoking? Well, I've got tobacco and I've got rolling papers and I've rolled my own and all that. Yeah, but do I really need to be smoking this much? Because I'm doing it without thinking. So I open up the pack and I pull one out and I went to light it and I went, nah, I just lay it down. So, but you can do the same thing with whatever it is. Like for me, and I'm using the house and the brick and the thingy and the stuff. So in their projects that, I needed to take care of. There are projects that I've wanted to get done since I've been retired and everything, and then having health issues and not being able to follow through on them. Well, but after all I've been through, of all the turmoil, all the tragedy, all the stuff, I'm still making progress instead of backsliding, you see. So I'm proving to myself that yes, I can do this, that all it takes is a little bit of gumption. And I ain't talking about y'all, I'm talking about me, but all it takes is a little bit of gumption, and see if I can do it at my age at 69. I have to throw that in there for the hell of it. We got 1 minute. Okay, line them up. Good morning, Amanda. So that if I can get my nappy ass up out there and move logs and do this and do that and clean up and build my shed of 40 years old and make it into a mini greenhouse and then y'all can do it too. Stop messing around, stop fooling around, figure out a way to do it. And my project of this porch is going on 3 years now, way, way, way overdue, right? So I'm really looking forward to this winter, and I may have some extra help. For those of you who know who Isby is, supposed to come up tomorrow and be here in the evening, and he had discussed with me that he and I might do a live show together, and I was like, well, okay. So maybe tomorrow night, it might be early in the morning, but tomorrow he'll be coming up and spend the night with me before he goes back down to Florida on Sunday. T minus 60 seconds. You're late. There's a lag. 3:20, 4:20 someplace. So yeah, if I can twist Ken's arm, we'll go down to the Oclockney because we had an inch and a little over an inch and a half of rain here at the property, and the rivers have got about the same too. But the water went from 4.5, well, actually, it was 3.5 feet uh, to over 7.5 feet last time I checked, in like less than 48 hours. Happy 20, Chloe, and everybody. So, but anyway, since the water's up, you know, Mike would just and Ken's been wanting to get on the river anyway, and this is a perfect opportunity because I was internally bitching about how low the water got, and why couldn't it have stayed higher just a little bit longer. But now the water's come up like almost 4 foot in less than 2 days, and it's like, well, wasn't quite expecting that. I mean, actually, quit raining Thursday, yesterday afternoon, so it's actually come up that much in like less than 48 hours. But anyway, so and that it's a little cool in the daytime. The mosquitoes should be really down, and it should be really pleasant on the river. So me and Ken might Isby might be if I can twist his arm to go do it. He says I've had folks tell me that they're willing, and and Isby sleeping right now, but I'll tell him to his face. I challenge you. You've been telling me you'd like to do it now. Put your money where your mouth is, kind of thing. It ain't gonna cost you nobody, but you know what I mean. So put up or shut up. Either go with me or. Well, I sure would like to. Well, then come on, get in the truck. Come on, I got a life preserver for you. Come on. So we'll see. It'll be interesting. So yeah, he was like, "Well, can we videotape it?" And I was like, "Sure. We can show folks how crazy we are. Yeah, all right." Owie. So, but to since about 5 o'clock this afternoon, man, I have had the sneezes. I've took my Benadryl, but holy mackerel! So I don't know what's going on. It's almost like there's something in the air tickling my nostrils. Man, sorry about that. I don't have a cold or anything, at least not to my knowledge, but something has sure irritated me these last 8 hours. But there's a lot of cotton around here, and some of the cotton, they are just getting, they put defoliant on the cotton every year. And some of the cotton was late coming in for whatever reason. I mean, this time last year, most of the cotton was like already in. And right now, when driving through the county, there's still a bunch of cotton that it still has leaves on the bushes, right? So, which is odd because by this time last year, all the cotton had been defoliated. But with the rain and conditions and so forth like that, but the defoliant gets in the air, and at nighttime, it just seems like it just kind of floats around. So, it could be 2 miles away, and I've walked outside, and it smells like a chemical factory. And you can tell, especially this time of year, it's the defoliant, that they put on the cotton. So I've had issues with it for years, and for it to be like today and be outside, it was nice and cool and everything. I'm wondering if I got a really good whiff of some cotton defoliant. They swear they've cleaned it up and everything. And I'm like, yeah, sure, right. Then how come every year when this happens, I go to sneezing and hacking and coughing and until they quit spraying and they get all the cotton in. Anyway, which is what they're doing right now. Um, but cotton season is later this year than it was last year. But last year we were in a drought, and this year, some of the fields. I mean, we got an inch and a half of rain. The rivers come up 4 feet in 36 hours, and so some of them fields got wet and kind of soggy. So they're not going to be able to go in some of these fields and just go harvesting. The other thing too is they got to let the cotton dry out before they go harvesting it, or as they collect the cotton and it gets together inside, it will literally rot because it's damp. So can't do that. You man, it'll mess up some stuff. Having worked in a cotton gin for several years in a row back in the day, I know a little bit about the process. But anyway, so now I'm going to smoke this cigarette. So you know, for folks who want to do future readings, I would keep this in mind, smoke my cigarette, and have this discussion because this is sort of where these these last few days, few weeks, few months, the last 2 years with all this craziness, right? So this has been a progression, but here recently with this uptick of weirdness, right? It just seems like it just took another jump. Um, but this hump jump of stuff, like the mandates and things like that, have had very unexpected returns to them folks who want to do it, right? And an interesting thing that's been pointed out by several folks who are worth listening to have discussed the fact that, neither of these folks are breaking down or backing down. Like, for example, the doctors and nurses and people who walked out of Phoebe, they did. Some of them may have went back to get their jobs or something, but a lot of them were like, "Nope, sorry. If I had, in order to go back to work, you want to jab me, and then I have to have a booster later on. Sorry, no. For whatever reason, no. You know, am I sick? I work around sick people all the time. I'm not sick. I'm not a carrier. No. You know, and in fact, some of them folks have probably already worked some of those through some of those um, symptoms, and some of those doctors and folks had prescribed for themselves and each other ivermectin and other things to keep them from getting it. Right, preventative maintenance. So if they use preventative maintenance, and now folks want to tell them, well, you still have to have it. I can see why they're pissed off. No, no, we warded it off. No, we took medicines. I'm losing my brains. I don't feel sick or nothing, but man, my nose sure is running a lot. But anyway, but so my future looking, and this is more to like look at what's already out there, right? And say, okay, what really doesn't fit in this picture? And I'm always have, for me, it's always been like that. I can always find Waldo or whatever. And sometimes, so to look at the big picture, for example, and I talked about this, I said something seems weird about the ships offshore. Yeah, they're trying to get it in, and they're making another story about truckers, and they're making a story about the longshoremen. And don't you think it's just a little weird? So I thought that it was weird, but to have thought of further into it, and that the weirdness is maybe there's something on those ships they don't want to come in. They want to check them first, and that's a lot of cargo to check. So are things going to get backed up? Yeah. But what if it's something really bad that was sent over here? And the good guys are like, I'm sorry, but y'all just going to have to wait. Because what if it was some kind of contagion or a virus or something, and they were bringing it over in one of them containers? And that, one way to make sure that if there's something in there uh, that might spoil, or something like that. And it's like, well, we got to get this there in a timely manner so we can set it off and do our thing. And whoop, they just upset that apple cart because it's sitting in the ocean. The boats are sitting in the ocean. So you got to scratch your head and go, hmm. Now, I would like to think about that, as possibly that, the the government is actually doing something good. They just can't tell us about it. And they're going to use the pandemic and all these other things to cover it up. I would like to think about that and go, okay, y'all take care of us then. Do your job, right? Now, is that really the case? Not sure. But when you start looking at the bigger picture, you have to scratch your head and go, hmm, you know, something, there is something else. Don't know if that's it, but hmm. So we need to scrutinize things that may look obvious to us. So when I see an issue in the news or something, I look at it and go, all right, what's this about? And then I pull back from it and go, now what's our, where is there any commotion around this, And so in looking at the bigger picture, so you pan in, they're bitching about, you know, elderly people smoking cigarettes at 3:20 in the, 3:20 something in the morning. Good morning, everybody. I love you all. That, it's like, well, here I'm an ugly old man and smoking cigarettes at 3:24, 5, whatever it is. I can't see it. Oh, it's 333. Excuse me. So, ooh, pick that number out of the hat, right? To be able to smoke a cigarette 333 in the morning. Must be some kind of conspiracy, right? We all show up together. We all share this stuff and okay. But what they're not getting is our cooperation. That's what's interesting. So for us, we see something tragic, bad, some piece of it pisses us off. Be pissed off for 2 minutes and then stop and then pull back that camera lens and look at the bigger picture and go, okay, now why did that piss me off? Well, because they keep getting away with it. Okay, but they're always getting away with it. Yeah. So kind of do this little preamble, you know, um, um, self-diagnosis of the situation and go, well, they're doing it again. Well, of course they're doing it again, and they're going to keep doing it. So what else is new? Well, the Antifa folks, and then yeah, okay, but they're still going to keep doing it. So why are you keep for every time you're still pissed? You should be used to this by now and go, okay, let's see what their bigger game is. Why are they doing it? Well, they're doing it for retention. Really? No, what is their discussion? Where are they? So rather than being pissed, pull yourself back from the situation, draw that camera angle back, and look at it and go, you know, they're creating these things because they want to, oh, well, I'm not divided. Are any of my neighbors divided? Well, no. Well, then these folks have no effect on me. So they're playing this game out in the world to try to get this attention and everything. But so why are you keep getting pissed about it? Oh, well, that's a good point. Now I'm talking to myself about this, right? But so, if we do this little bit of self-analysis after we are pissed for a few minutes, we stop and go, So now where does this little thing fit in with the big picture? Well, they're rioting in Africa, there's strife in Iran, there's hurricanes in Florida, and Texas needs rain. It's an old song from the Kingston Trio. They're rioting in Africa, there's strife in Iran. What nature doesn't do to us, it'll be done by our fellow man. The last verse. In the late 50s and early 60s, the Kingston Trio. So, and I've been thinking and singing that song all my life and going, there's, there's hurricanes. That's true. We still have strife in Iran after all these years. Um, and there's still hurricanes in Florida, and in places in Texas, they still need rain. But um, so there's kind of sort of prophecy in what the Kingston Trio sang about all them years ago. What about what their names? In the year 2525, if man is still alive, if woman can survive, they may find. It's a little higher. In the year 3535, won't need no lies. Everything you think, do, and say will be in the pill you took today. Whoa, whoa. In the year 4545. Anyway, so, but to the point though, we're almost at 2525, right? I mean, a couple of years. So, were these guys like really thinking ahead? Did they have a vision in their song that it came out that they wrote this song? And that now, even in my lifetime, some of this thing is sort of like kind of being weirdly prophetic, sort of like George Orwell's 1984. If we ain't there. So they've been talking about directed beam energy of scrambling people's brains. I've been talking about the cell phone thing for a long time. I think they've been scrambling people's brains for a while now. But you know, um, so I keep praying that folks will pay attention and that they will utilize these tools as tools and not have them as crutches. So the same thing to stay on track with the theme of this particular video is that with cards, with mediums, with fortune tellers or whatever, there are people who rely on these people and that, are you sure they're telling you the truth? So do you mold your life around the prophecy of the seer, okay? Whoever's doing the seeing, if you rely on the prophecy, what if it isn't really for you? Do you try to make that prophecy come true because somebody said it came from the spirit world? I mean, I'm being honest here. If you're going to do this, you got to be brutally honest. You can't be making up stuff, and it's not some kind of hyperbole or something. It's very serious stuff. So folks are like, "Oh, I'm going to do a card reading." Yeah, okay, but should you? Do you need to? Or is it your own angst and your own desire? Well, I'm going to do a reading, but okay, you're free to do so. But um, we become dependent upon those things. There are folks. Oh my God, you see them on commercials. One of the things about dishwashers for me, you can put your dishes in the dishwasher as dirty as you want, then how come you're still pre-rinsing them before you put them in the dishwasher? If you're going to pre-rinse them, then just wash them and put them up. Stop all this nonsense. But anyway, so how many gallons of water you save? Well, that's because somebody's just turning on the water and let it run. Put some water in the damn sink, for God's sakes. Put the stopper in it. Oh my God, people are so useless anymore. So, they can't think for themselves because the refrigerator will tell them when you're out of milk. I mean, come on. take back your life, or these folks need to take back their life. And there are parts of me who say, I'm not wishing for the grid to come down. No, I don't want the grid to come down. But the only way, and I see what other people are saying, like, the only way these folks are going to get it is if we take the grid down to teach them a lesson. What? Yeah, well, because they ain't getting the lesson no other way. There was a storm, there were places of no power, blah, blah, blah. It's an inconvenience. But what if we just shut the bitch down and said, okay, for the next 2 weeks, we're just shutting it off. Period. Everybody, everywhere, at least like in the United States. And me and somebody were having a conversation. It was like, is there one switch where you can just shut everything down? And I was talking about Lake Mead and Hoover Dam, because I've been inside Hoover Dam and I've seen the big generators there and all. Been on top of the dam, been at the bottom of the dam, and been on the lake with jet skis back in the day, 1999, when the water was still up. There wasn't no white streak around anywhere. The water was up. But so since I was there in 1999, you look at it now and it's 150 feet below where me and my brother rode jet skis. So what's important about that? Is mankind learning any lessons in the last 20 something years, 22 years? They're paying attention now. So, but should they have paid attention in 1999? Did they have to go through all this to learn the lesson? You know, did they have to go without water? Did Mother Earth have to, and one of the things that came across to me in that dream about the Braves on horseback was that Mother Earth was going to take back what was hers. So, interestingly enough, if Mother Earth says, the Colorado River is just going to flow like this lazy little thing for a while, and that if people downstream aren't wise enough to use the water correctly and so forth, then, because the Colorado River, one way or the other, is always going to be there. It might be a ditch with spots in it, and depending on the weather, it will flow again. But regardless, the Colorado River is going to be there. Um, you know, how it flows and how much and so forth, we don't know. But the river itself, in 100 years, is still going to be the Colorado River. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of a dam, regardless of who's using the water, regardless of electricity, the Colorado River is still going to be there. So some things just ain't going to change. But how the river is used and utilized, river's still going to be there. But how they use it, how it could be used, and the resources may not be what folks are expecting. So I was listening to something earlier, and they said that after they built the dam, how many years it took for the water to come up, and it was like 6 or 7 years or something, and that the water's really low, and so if we stopped using the water and just were really careful and everything, hey SD, how you doing? That it would take at least a good 5, 6, 7 years if we had good decent rainfall and snowfall and now one of the things that's been very interesting because of the lake drying up is that Las Vegas has gotten much better at conserving water, and so they're taking wastewater and reclaiming it and doing this and doing that, and they're very innovative. So what's being used, in my humble opinion, is the amount of water that's being used to irrigate. How they irrigate now is just plain stupid. They're using way too much water, and that there are better ways to do it. They're using techniques that are much outdated, and the farmers are whining and bitching. And the folks down here in South Georgia went through an 18-year drought. They figured out how to have a good crop because there was no water at all, and they figured it out, and they're being profitable with it. So them folks out there need to learn a lesson. I'm sorry. There's all this new technology and they're not using it. Is the lake drying up as part of it? Absolutely. From the misuse. So there are some men greedy, hungry, gotta have it this way, won't make a change. So we can watch them dumbasses, continue to be dumbasses, because they refuse to learn the lesson. They refuse to admit that maybe they were wrong. Her name is Rio, and she dances by the sand. Her name is Rio. She does the polka. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of da 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 da. Is that what you're talking? Anyway, SD, how are you? Um, but in the future, we just need to be very careful, keep our eye on the prize, kind of thing. It's still up to us to save our own damn soul. Okay. Now they're trying to damn our soul. Duran Duran. Oh, had the wrong one. Okay. Um, but it's up to us to save our own souls, not anybody else. Nobody can tell us and like I said 2 hours ago, there are folks that continuously try to tell me how I'm supposed to do things, or that I feel a particular way, and that I'm sorry, but these folks are just wrong. Um, and and being honest about it and trying to take criticism or as a critique, I folks are still wrong. So we have to be careful in what we project, or what some there are a lot of different folks that I had checked with, and they're projecting some of these things. And they project them so hard, it's like they want them to happen. And it's like, no, we don't want the earth to split in half. Sorry, but no. Um, we don't want that island to split in half and create a big splash. It would be interesting, though, because I know they've done a lot of tests and so forth in tanks and simulations and computer stuff. And it would be really interesting. But for a wave to cross the Atlantic and be a really big wave, that's a lot of inertia. The ocean's really deep, and it would absorb a lot of the wave. And that is one of the things I would go, I believe that, you know simply because you got to go across the Atlantic ridge, which is really flipping deep. And so the force of water with deep water has a tendency to slow down. It's when it gets into shallow water that becomes an issue. So folks still want to say, oh, the tsunami. Well, I remember when they said, because one of the reasons I moved out of Florida was because, one of the places where I was living was only 11 feet above sea level. And if there's going to be a 100-foot wave hit Daytona Beach from the Atlantic, it's still going to, by the time it gets to Tampa, I'm going to be a drowned rat. So I've always looked at the water situation as some kind of high water issue. That's why I live here at the house. Where the house is right now is about 250 feet above sea level. and I'm inland from both oceans. So I'm hoping that if we ever do have a big wave, that there's enough land between me and the water's edge, it'll slow down before it gets to me. But that one tsunami over in Japan or whatever it was, it went so far inland up into the mountains that there were boats and debris like 6 or 7 miles, or in some cases, further inland, that dropped stuff off. So, um, but I don't worry about those kinds of things anymore because I realize I'm here on this spot for a reason, right? And I'm not near the ocean, and I'm not in other places. So my spirit knows I'm as safe as I can get under certain circumstances. So what you Yamawasha, wage spiritual warfare, offensively against all you demons and yourself by. You think we're evil spirits? I hope not. I don't think so. Been trying to walk the straight and true for a while, so. But there are some evil folkses out there. I've got to say that. But so anyway, folks try to convince you that you are this thing or that what you're doing is wrong. And if you know in your heart that you're being true, and if you follow that one rule to do no harm to anything, includes, I've been fighting ants that got in my floor that I showed in the video today, where I want to pour some concrete. And I hate having to kill the ants and chase them away, but sons of bitches, they're getting in my house, they're getting in no, go away, go up the hill. There's, 18 other acres you can go choose to go dig an ant bed that I will not bother you. But you have to pick under my floor, you have to pick at the foundation. No, so I have to argue with the critters. But I noticed something over there in the window earlier today, and there's a lizard playing in the window over there where I got some plants growing. So it's like, and I almost stepped on a frog on the floor, walking across looking for something to eat. And, I try my best to live with nature and all things, but sometimes, I got to fight the ants because they've been so brutal this last year. And I mean, trying to get in the house. I mean, if they're out in the yard or something, or whatever, I leave them alone. But they have been steadily trying to get in the house. So what's up with that? Don't know. But you know, of all the things I hate to do, I hate to have to fight them. Is my point. So I know they're ants, but when they build a mound and they're fire ants and they get on you and they bite you and you swell up, you know, I'm sorry, but I got to do something about that. So anyway, but as much as I try to live with nature, there are certain things that, I was showing earlier today in that video I uploaded with all the wandering Jew. I have to pull them up because if I don't, they will literally take over the yard. And they're nice ground cover, but let me tell you, they multiply. It's unbelievably fast how that stuff grows. It took over my yard in a couple of months. I mean, just literally like, and I went outside and went, where the hell did all this stuff come from? And it started from one potted plant that I had that had some wandering Jew, and some of it got away and got into the woods and got around the trees and got around here and found all the leaves and other oak trees. It loves it here. So now the place for damn near an acre is covered in wandering Jew, So it's like, don't have to mow it, but you don't know what's under it. So I have to pull it all up every year. And once a year, I do this in the fall is collect up all the wandering Jew that's covered up all the walkways and my brick. And here we go again, but I hate it. And I even talk to it. I go, come on, guys. Every year we go through this. Please quit growing up here. Go to go the other way in the woods. There's plenty of room for you to go the other direction, down the hill into the woods. I don't care. But no, it's got to attack the back of the house and grow up over everything. So, but anyway, I over the years though, it used to just tick me off, piss me off, and otherwise make me mad. Now it's just like, okay, here we go again. Come on, guys. Let me scoop you all up again. So, but anyway, so take stuff with a grain of sand. Even if even if it like really sits well with you, if you do your own cards or something and go, wow, that's really phenomenal, and it really seems to hit home. Keep it to your heart, but don't overthink it. Like the bear card the other night was, that for me that just keeps repeating is to, take back. I saw Hawkeye do little by little every day. Yeah, that's the answer. You know, where because I've gotten older and because of my conditions and stuff, I mean, there's stuff that takes me weeks and months to do now that I could do in a weekend easy. I mean, I built stairs and part of an upstairs and everything. Now I had help with a friend, but we built it in a weekend, and the next weekend I'd buy some more materials and add onto the back of the house. And, you know, I've rebuilt the house. This I'm on my third time because the termites got into the house, crawled into it was nasty. So I'm in the process of, trying to rebuild at where the termites ate out and replacing it all with pressure treated wood and concrete and stuff. And I really need this porch done so I can turn it into a greenhouse. But anyway, and it's been 3 years on the project now. But after going out there and fixing to lay some more block and cement, I go digging around to make sure there's, no answers, nothing in the ground. I'm digging up roots. Now I spent the last 2 years digging up roots and chopping them out, pulling them, doing this and everything. And so it's been, I don't know, maybe a month or so since I poured any concrete. So I go digging in there to make sure there's nothing in there, right? And smooth it out and tamp it back down. Damn, if I don't find, I don't mean just like some roots. I'm talking about big roots, and like they're under the house and coming out. And I'm like, oh, holy crap! So I spent all this time, the last going on 3 years, digging out all these roots to find roots still in the ground where I want to pour concrete. So holy crap, right? So I'll dig another one up and then I'm going to pour the concrete and just pray for the best, that it just stays there and that there's enough concrete that won't get busted up or crack or anything like that. So but anyway, it's just been one nuisance after the other. And what should have just taken a couple of weeks, me by myself, has turned into this 3 year long project. So I'm really ready to get it done. But a little bit at a time, a little bit every day. Don't get frustrated if you can't do it all at one time. Then just keep up the good work. So I'm going to leave you all here this early in the morning. Yes, I'm going to quit. It's almost 4 o'clock. Nope, I'm not sticking around for 4:20. I've had a lot of stuff to do today, and here in a few hours, I got some more stuff to do. So uh, it's a lot with all the weeds here. The same, we have this claw grass. It's horrible. Yeah, there's certain things at certain times of the year, and I don't know what these little plants are. It didn't really show up in the video, but they grow up sometimes like, almost a foot tall. But there's like hundreds of seeds on them. I mean, the plants are nothing but seeds, and it's like, it's, good night, Chloe. A much love and cosmic hugs to you. Stay safe. Um, but it's like, but the hard part is I cut them off with with the weed eater and everything when I mow the grass, hard little stubs. And man, even with shoes, I don't wear really thick soled shoes just around the yard and stuff, but I've stepped on them with flip flops and they'll poke right through the flip flop and into your foot. They're a pain. So even when they drop their seeds, I know there's going to be a gazillion of them again next year. I've been pulling up the where I cut them off. They've spread sideways into the grass. And so I've been pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling because they're just hard on the feet, you know. They leaving them stubs in the yard kind of thing. But anyway, you know, every year it's something. I've got privet hedges that you can't kill these sons of guns. If you leave a little piece of root in the ground, it will make a tree by springtime. I mean, they are so fast growing and so invasive. And everybody down here, we are like god dog privet hedges, you know. And in some places, it's like okay, but in other places, it just takes over. Yes, some you have to smoke. But one of the things too, when I was showing the garden a little bit at the end of the today's video, was that it was covered with all these plants that keep coming back every year. Burn them, yes, it's the only way. And I pulled them out the root from the roots and piled them up. And as soon as it dries in another day or so, I got me some diesel fuel for starting me a fire. Don't use gasoline if you're going to burn something. If you're going to, whatever it is, don't use gasoline for God's sakes. Use diesel fuel. Go down and get a can of diesel fuel. All us country folks, diesel's cheaper than kerosene. I used to use kerosene, but diesel's about half as cheap as a gallon of gas. I mean, a gallon of kerosene right now. So, you know, use the diesel fuel. But and it don't take a lot to get a fire started, you know, but it won't blow up on you. Okay, just saying. Folks I've seen use gasoline or whatever. It's like, yeah, dumbass. Now I've done it in my younger days, and I learned. You know, you pour just a cup full of gas on a fire, and you walk away for a minute, and be standing on the edge and light it, and the vapors from the gasoline will pour out onto the ground. And the next thing I knew, I was engulfed in vapors for about 2 seconds from this cup of gasoline. So it's like, you know, be very, very careful. And, you know, feel like Wiley Coyote with singed hair, you know what I mean? But if you got to burn something, for God's sakes, use diesel fuel or kerosene or something that's less volatile. But anyway, so there's I got some fires that need to be fired up, and now that the weather is cooling down, it's time to go outside and make some fires. Uh, you know, right on. You know, and look at the sky and watch the stars and you know, check out the UFOs. We went up the road earlier tonight, and just as I was getting back in the truck, there was a really meteor that just a third of the way across the sky. It was cool towards the south. But anyway, so it's time to sky watch. You know, now that the skies are clear at night, and when it's cold like that, the atmosphere is less dense and you can see the stars better. So if you get a chance and it's not too damn cold, go outside this winter, this fall, and look at the stars. You'd be surprised at what zooms across the sky. St, how did it work out with your job and such? Are you still is that working out for you? I know I'm not trying to brag, but I know you lots flying around. I know there's been several times when, you know, different folks will come into my mind and I'll go send a prayer out there. So there's been a few times that you've been on my mind that there's been a prayer out there. So just saying, I hope it helps in whatever way, you know. But there's so much weirdness on so many levels. You know, last week, for example, hey, Barry, how are you? Last weekend, for example, I'm watching all these football games. Some of these football games are sold out, man. There are people flipping everywhere, right? And very few people got masks on. Everybody's having a good time, the college and everything, even some of the pro games. Sat through the rain, watched one of them games, right? And so, and then I turn over to NASCAR and to watch the one of the the last of the it was a Grand Prix, right, on another channel. I'm flipping back and forth, and everybody at the NASCAR thingy were wearing masks. Everybody. Well, not everybody, but I mean, if they were that, they're all in the booth and the thing out on the thing. They're all got masks on. I'm going, no, wait a minute. There are 100,000 people in this college football game, and there's however many y'all down here, pit crew and everything. Y'all got your mask on. Y'all scared to death, but there's 100,000 people watching a football game, and everybody's having fun. And a couple of them got masks on, but you know, um, so what's the deal? So what are we supposed to believe? So all these folks that are doing the NASCAR thing, they're all under this protective thing and blah 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 blah. Serious, 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 and and football's back. Yay, yay team, right? Just for the fact that kids at football that go to college can go and go to a damn football game, Jiminy Christmas. So, how many people can get together for Thanksgiving? How many people can you have come over for Christmas, for Christmas? Oh, it's limited family members, that. But 100,000 people can get together at a football game. And, has there been like this huge rise or increase of people being sick or whatever? I'm just asking. Has there been in the last couple of weeks? Tuesday, I know Hawkeye after okay. Well, I will continue to keep my fingers crossed for you, even though it may be difficult to hold a fork or a spoon, or a hot dog for that matter. But anyway, or pet the dog. But I'm sorry, now I'm getting silly. Uh, I said I wasn't going to wait till 4:20, but what the hell, right? It's what 12 minutes. So and I've made it this far. Um, so the mind game that we see, what pertains to us? Who do I believe? The folks are being scared to death at NASCAR, or the 100,000 people at one football game. I mean, there's all these other football games with all these other colleges. Have we seen a rise in what? I haven't heard of it. People aren't falling over dead. The colleges aren't closed. There's, you know what I'm saying? But if you go to, NASCAR, everybody's, buckled down, knuckled down, can't breathe, working in the heat and all around that stuff, can't breathe to begin with. And so, okay. So it's no wonder people don't understand what the hell's going on. Because on one hand, big stadium, lots of people, nobody seems to get sick. One person tested over in NASCAR, and oh my God, everybody's wearing masks again. They're going to quarantine whole groups of, the crew chiefs. And holy crap. Okay. All right. So we never know what's going to happen from day to day because there are two different things happening simultaneously. Okay. Now, this was posed, and I, I don't know. I've listened to some of these underground news kind of things. And Trump's supposed to be back in November. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, though, yeah, okay. But here's something that was curious. And it was said about England that they had a shadow, uh, um, not, well, a shadow Congress Yeah, but no, crap. Chief of staff, all the Secretary of State and all, all of those, right? That there is a shadow, one of those for the Republicans, right? And that it was already kind of sort of formed when the elections went sideways. So cabinet, that's what I'm saying, thinking of. So, but if there's this shadow cabinet working, right, from the Republicans' point of view. Now, it was stated the reason the Labour Party and whatever the other party is in England is that, and it stands to reason if, the Labour Party versus the other party um, wins, then the other party has already got their candidates for cabinet members, right? Simply because they lost, they still have someone. If they were to regain the party and the majority, then they already have these people ready for these particular slots. A Secretary of Agriculture, is energy, so they've already got people chosen, picked out ahead of time, and this is the shadow cabinet, the shadow Congress, or the shadow. These are the people that, if we could, would be the senator from Georgia or the Alabama. You know what I mean? So I thought about this and I was like, that is true. Now, as this, well, Trump's going to come back and all that. Let's just s- slow down a second. There would have already been a cabinet and folks and so forth as the next step, right? Had he, you know, but gone the other way, right? So it stands to reason, yeah. But now this was the question that came up because it doesn't really seem like old Joe, who's moving kind of slow at the junction, is really in charge of anything. You know what I'm saying? So who could really be in charge? Could it be the shadow cabinet that may have been part of the cabinet or whatever from before, or was planned to be the next cabinet? So I thought about this and I thought I would just pass it on to you. It's just some interesting information. And of course, like Nancy Pelosi and them back when Trump got sick, it was all about the continuation of government, the continuity of government, the COG. If somebody got sick or disabled, and Nancy Pelosi said, if Mike Pence were gotten sick, she would have been president pro tem for the time that they would have been out. Ha ha ha, she would have become president, which would have been true as the succession goes. But what if, for whatever reason, this other cabinet is actually still kind of running things? Even though, but what if the military said, we're sorry, we ain't giving you that football, dude. You're too flipping crazy. And this lady over here that's supposed to be, nah, we ain't giving her that football for nothing. And Pelosi, are you serious? You think we'd give her that, the football, the nuclear codes? So, but who's really running the joint? Interesting. It's a shadow something, you can bet, because we can't see it. You know what I mean? They keep offering us these other solutions and other explanations of stuff that just do not make sense. You know what I'm saying? And there have been people who are protesting in front of the White House and stuff, and they're being very peaceful. They're doing all this nice stuff. Nobody's being rowdy, and they've been arresting the crap out of them. Which, like the Democrats. You know what I mean? Like, so, and it's not Antifa or anything like that, but some of these things is like, wow, they're not Trumpers or never Trumper. Yeah, they're like, what? And they're arresting them. So it's kind of curious that these folks who voted for this current administration are now being treated like they were Republicans. I just find that interesting. So we keep an eye on this craziness going on. And when folks start turning on their own, hmm, I'm sorry, I'm 4 minutes early. Yeah, I want to get up and I'm going to go out and look at the stars. And I want to get something to drink because I ran out after 3 hours. But it's good to see you all here. So keep the faith, you folks. Um, I'm my vision of the future is that I wonder how crazy these crazy folks are going to try to make us crazy. And for everything they bring up that's crazy, I just want to stand my ground even more and go, I'm sorry, I ain't buying that shit neither. You know what I mean? And so you're throw me another lie. I ain't believing that one either. Sorry. And there are a lot of other folks who would have never have dreamed to kind of sort of join our side. They're joining our side because they see the hypocrisy in everything. When Democrats go to demonstrate peacefully in front of the White House and they get arrested, well, wait a minute, that's our guy in there. Sorry, you don't count. Whoops. And a lot of stuff are being seen. The thing about the border, you know, um, old Joe's response to certain thing and his sudden behavior. And when he did that interview the one where he's standing clenching his fists like this on the stage, oh my God, are you not terrified? That scared the crap out of me. That was a Halloween I do not wish to remember, to see an old Joe standing up there doing this thing with his fist and like, oh my God, do you what? And to think about what the rest of the world is looking at. What a great time to invade. You know what I mean? So there there's got to be somebody else looking out for us. I'm just saying. They might not have our best intentions, but we ain't been invaded yet. Which, to go back to my statement that somebody else brought up now, that the reason the ships are still in the Pacific and are not into port yet is that one or more of those ships may contain something that we really don't want to get offloaded. Okay. And that they're doing their best to blame it on other stuff. So they got time to check these vessels out. I don't know how true this is, but it makes a whole lot more sense than some of these other arguments that are coming out, right? And if it's coming from China and we're at war and all this stuff, and so we should just consider that what we think is the truth. Remember, it's legal for them to lie to us. They revoked the Smith Mumford Act, and so it's legal for them to lie to us, and we just be careful. So it's good to stay safe. I'm glad you are all y'all are friends with each other one way or the other because you don't argue amongst yourselves. That's a wonderful thing. So this channel proves to me, and in a small way proves to the world, that folks who've never met can still get along. We can still live our individual lives, but we can still get together and we can still get along. That with conversations, some understanding, and a little bit of that we can all get along. We can prove to the universe that, us dumb humans down here, we're not really that stupid after all. And not all of us are sheeple. you know? We're standing up and taking back our authority. And, cheers to that. And it's 420 here. So, cheers. So, there are lots of folks to wrap up this 3 hour session. It was only going to be an hour and a half, I swear. Um, but the people who want to prognosticate what the future is, now for the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 years, I've been hearing about how bad the economy, how it's going to crumble, how the feds are doing this, and how money ain't worth shit. And well, money ain't been worth shit since the 70s, but I'm just saying, as far as buying power. But we do the best we can. And for those of us who are living through this age, we do not remember what it was like a century ago. Okay, when there were, the stock market thing and all that. So, 100 years later, you got to scratch your head and go, "What are these GD fools up to?" Right? History repeats itself, and it's almost like, they're beating the drum. Watch, here we go again. We're going to come up on our anniversary, and we want to just ruin the economy again, like we did back then. See how many of these new Bitcoin millionaires we can take down, because honestly, what's the freaking value of them? Nothing. It's there, at least I have $1 in my pocket. At least it's worth the paper. I'm just saying. And one of the richest guys on the planet's running the thing and doing all this stuff. And yeah, okay, come on. And he's declared that he's not really human anyway. Antelope walks with me. Cool beans. Intuition is flowing these days. Good. Um, Esty, there are folks out there, I've not met you, but I can kind of sort of hear in what you write that you're really trying to flow with the right energy, and taking that energy and whatever it shows you, in a really good way. I hope I'm not wrong, but there are some folks who are tapping into some stuff, and they've taken this God goddess thing a little too far. We are all angels. Okay. If you want to use the Christian thing, we are all angels in the eyes of God. Okay. Period. And we are God-like in that when we become spirits again, but are we going to have any special powers to create a universe? Maybe not. Okay. Maybe not. So this idea of gods and goddesses, folks, I think have just taken a little bit beyond, because the idea of it is that we are all angels. We are all special beings in this universe, and that, quit whining and pitying about this, because, we are better than that. And if we tap into these natural energies that you always hear me talk about, that, but to be a god, some of these folks are like, you will listen to what I say, and I'm better than you because I know that I'm a god or a goddess, and therefore you must listen to me, and what I speak is truth. And some of these people, I have listened and go, man, I'm sorry, but I try not to criticize, but I think some of you people are freaking nuts. You really taking this a little bit too far, I'm saying dial back a little bit of some of that, you know. I love y'all, but okie dokie. So, in a way, what I would mean like this is somebody says, "Well, I'm born again Christian." Yeah, okay. Well, that for me is a old. I'm not a Catholic, a pre-Catholic, post-Catholic, something. Anyway, that'd be like somebody said, "Well, I'm going to join the Catholic Church, And next week I'm going to say mass at the church. You know what? Whoa, 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 calm down. Yeah, calm down. So you've been enlightened, okie dokie, and now that you feel that you're enlightened, then now that allows you to go. I'm using the Catholic, that you just walked into this church and 2 weeks later you think you're going to be a priest and you're going to say mass and give Holy Communion and what? So in another respect, in this other realm of thinking and spiritualism and so forth, there are people who are walking into the room going, "Oh, I'm enlightened now. Watch me. Listen to what I say. I've got this special connection with the universe." Well, okay. Well, but you should listen to me. I'm prophesying. I have this vision. Okay. But if you don't listen to me, then you're a fool. Wait a minute now. You know, I have offered those things that were shown to me for y'all just to consider for yourself. What they mean to me is kind of sort of for me, but I've shared it with you. I've shared, what I thought it meant. And like I said earlier in this video, there are things that I see currently going on that are part of that dream walk about the Braves on horseback. It's very eerie. It's very, but there are things that continue to happen over since I've had that dream walk. So, but am I trying to prophesy anything? I've been telling people, get back to the earth, get back to the natural, get back to the, you know. But here's the thing, all right. Even though I try to walk the path as good as possible, I could still go outside one day and there be a thunderstorm and get struck by lightning. I mean, weird stuff. I mean, I got hit in the head by a huge limb a few years back on Thanksgiving. I walked out the door to get firewood, and this huge limb, I heard this crack. And I don't look up too good because of my neck, right? And this huge limb hit me over the back of the head and knocked me down, put my face in the dirt, and I woke up a while later, cold, going, How the hell did I get here?" So I did not plan on that. I didn't. I have been watching the tree though, and it's been throwing limbs down all day long. So, but the idea that there's some stuff that just happens, and no planet in the world was going to foresee that limb cracking, and at that moment it hit me on the head. So, what do we do with the information? We just do the best we can. Am I scared of the tree? No, but I keep an eye on it. But it could be something else. But so, no matter how righteous we live in this life, you know, uh, our time could be up at any moment. Our dear friend Brian, one day he was with us, and then he had a heart attack and he wasn't here anymore. In this realm. So we don't know the day or the time. The best we can do is make sure we do the best we can until that time comes. I think some of these folks are trying to rush some of us into it. So be careful. We keep an eye on these crazy people. Um, and way back in the old days, um, Mel Brooks was good at his, Blazing Saddles. For those of you who remember Blazing Saddles, and I'm going to shoot this, uh, that it was a farce. It's a comedy. And there are people nowadays who are like, "Oh, you can't show that, because Mel Brooks was racist." Wait, he paid them actors good money. They saw the humor in what they were doing, and they worked for Mel Brooks because he was a delight to work with, and he was humorous, and he saw that things can be so serious that it becomes a farce, you know. So in many plays I this day, it is so true, and the play's 300 or 400 years old, and it's hilarious. It still fits in after all these years. So it's like, so it's like we're in a play, but some of these folk really think of everyday life, their control of us, how us peons are. And there was something that I was reminded of today, and it was something I was listening to. And it's that it was about the blue bloods versus everybody else. So the comment was, because this person had no idea what blue bloods were. He'd lived in the country. Well, I'm an aristocrat, so big deal was this young man's opinion, right? So he walks in and says hello, and he goes, "Boy, what are you doing?" He said, "You walk in here and speak to me. Do you know that you're m- much below my station?" And I thought about it, this statement, and I was like, whoa. But see, that's how really it is. So if you belong to these rich clubs of point, then you have to be of a certain station. So your station in life, well, best I ever made was 40 grand in 1 year. And maybe slightly more, but not much. So for me, I was a rich man. I mean, I was rich, right? Because I live humbly. But for people, there are some people who spent my year's salary on a vacation, you know? So it's like, what? I lived off of it, started working back on my house. I had to tear the house apart. Because the termites got back into it. But so I'm like, okay, I'll build the house again. I had to peel it away, the termite damage, and let's, okie dokie. Haven't I built this twice before? you know. Uh, but then there are people who say, man, we had a really sweet deal. We took this vacation, and me and the kids and everything, and it only cost us $30,000 for the whole family. And I'm like, that's what I made in a year. I worked a whole year to get that 30 grand. And these folks spent it on a 2-week vacation for the family and spent that much. And I was like, so, but I'm, they are above me in station in that respect. But, you know, if their toilet backed up, they would call me to fix it. So who has more influence, the doctor or the plumber? The plumber who deals in shit all the time, his station is lower than the doctor's as an aristocrat versus a pauper or a pawn or so. And so it's like, but in the spirit realm, you know, as spirits, we are all one. Now, I would agree that there is a hierarchy of spirits in that, you know, based on experience, quite frankly. So, my spirit is 10,000 years old. I have been reincarnated in different galaxies, on different planets. I was a bug once, a big giant worm that oozed across the sand. I was I was a teenage werewolf on planet Zeta 9. But the thing is so what what spirit is better than another? Only by experience. But and the experience would make one spirit an elder and the other not necessarily an apprentice. Okay, you're fired. But in that, it's just a matter of fact. A master carpenter becomes that because he's been doing it for 20 years. A master plumber, a master electrician, and so they have mastered their craft. So in the spirit realm, if someone has experienced certain things, they would become a master, a an elder in that respect, because of the experience. So, say for example, you know, there's one group that finds this big spot of empty space, and they say, okay, we're going to drag in some rocks from over here, and we're going to literally build us this little solar system. And we've got this sun over here that's not too bright, not too dull, and we're going to bring it in over here, and we're going to get everything to spinning bright. And you go, what? Well, but their planet, and it's their job. They build, you know, solar systems. They build these little things. They take space rocks and debris and stuff, and they go around collecting it, and they're sort of like junk collectors, but they build solar systems, right? It's their job. They go around and collect it. But after they collect it and bring it together, then there's another team that comes in. And because they're more specialized in putting the pieces together and then taking it to the next level and getting things to grow. So the guys who go around the universe and drag these parts together, that's their job. And they're really good at it. But the next part then is left up to team B, who then takes it to the next level. And then when they get things started, then there are the landscape artists, and then there's the thingies. And so that's group C, right? So, well, wait a minute. Well, that can't happen. Why? Well, because, God created the earth and that's all there is to it. And it ends there. Oh, well, but when you become a spirit, you realize that you've actually participated in these things. You've actually done these things in previous lives. And your soul has accumulated all of this knowledge. That's who you really are. You going to believe that? Or are you going to try to make up an excuse or listen to somebody else? Or now that you're a spirit, do you see what we were talking about? So the only thing that would make one spirit better, and I don't like using that word, but more experienced, would be one that's been around longer or that had experienced certain things or had, like me, I've lived in a swamp. So I'm more experienced in this than a lot of other people. Not that they're stupid, they just never lived in a swamp for 40 years like I have. That's all. Doesn't make them better or worse. They can learn. So, but that's not their experience, you see. So there are folks who've lived in the city and done these things. I've lived in the city, but not in 40 years, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I could move back to the city and survive and everything because I've lived in a swamp. But there are people who've lived in a city that might not necessarily be able to live in a swamp. I could go live there, but it'd be, harder for them to come live here. You know what I mean? If we traded places. So, but it doesn't make them, smarter or dumber or better or worse. It just means their experience is in something else. So, as spiritual beings, it's going to be similar. Okay. There are going to be some spirit, that are like spread music through the galaxy. They have music in their hearts and their soul. And we've met folks like that. We've seen and heard people, that have sung songs and done that. We can see and hear it and feel it in their music, right? And even though they pass away, at some other point in time, their spirit, because of what they generated in this life, they'll find another place. There'll be music in another life, probably. Okay, because that's what they're good at, right? So engineers, I'm an engineer and this and that. So will I come back as another engineer someplace? I hope so. I hope I'm working on a spaceship and I learned what an FTL drive is. And well, I know what it is, but I mean how it would work and and what the hell is an inertial dampener and why are they necessary? I'm just saying. So but does that make me better or smarter or dumber? No. I may not have. I feel like I have worked on spaceships before, but that's another story. But so, but to, when the Bible talks about everlasting life, that comes in the form of reincarnation. So we live forever, but just not in one body or not just in one state. Now for, listening to Dante and so forth, they've been around this, Jupiter and Earth and this solar system for quite some time. But did their ancestors and did they originate come from someplace else? The answer is yeah, they did. I'm not sure where, but to the point is no, they came here to this solar system, settled on Jupiter and some other places, and there's this and that. So, but, and so did some other folks. Do we know about it? Have we heard about them? Well, maybe. But for whatever reasons, they're not around currently. Could they come back? Maybe. They were here before. Like the Toltecs down in, the folks in from Chile, and not Chile, but yeah, maybe is it Chile? Anyway, in the Mandes, right? And there are reports that there's still saucers and stuff that get seen out there. The Naztec lines and all that kind of stuff. So, but anyway, so we can kind of figure out there's something else going on. And if we keep that into the bigger picture, we're not just puny humans down here. We are spiritual beings. We are angels. Please be careful with the God and Goddess thing. But that when I pass over, I'm going to be a spirit being, quote, like the gods. Because if they are in spirit form, then I will be like the gods, meaning I am godlike. And I would rather stick with I would be like the gods, not that I would be godlike. I'd prefer the first term. um, because if they're being out there as the gods and the elders in the universe, and I'm down here, doing whatever I'm doing this time around, but it may be that my mission for them is a special one. Okie dokie. So I'm down here and whatever, I have saved that man's life that time that had his leg cut off. And we stabilized him and kept him, and and he survived. Did I see that coming? No, but we answered the call and were there and participated and saved this gentleman's life. Couldn't save his leg, but um, the fact that um, maybe that was what I was supposed to do in this life, was to save his life for his daughter and his children, you know, because that was one of the things that, he was so glad because, they had just gotten a divorce and he was mad about not being able to see his daughter and all this. So had he died in that accident, he would have never seen his daughter until, So the fact that somehow we interrupted that and saved the man's life is still a mystery to me, but we were there when it was necessary. So was that like part of my mission, was to save that guy's life? I've talked about, and it came in November, which about a month, not quite a month away, a couple of weeks, my anniversary of when the house burned down years ago. And when that ghost of Mr. Croft came and woke me up, he materialized in front of me and shook my foot. And I've often wondered because I used to sit on the front porch and a couple old rocking chairs, and I'd be rocking back and forth. And that rocking chair over there, it'd be rocking right with me. Wouldn't be nobody in it, but I knew there was somebody in it. And he saved our lives by getting us out of the house before the ceiling collapsed and burned us alive in that house. Now, did he hang around that house all them years after he died in the house? But he stuck around. And did he stick around that house because he was going to save me and the family at the time from burning up? And it was after that the house burned down that I found this place, which is odd in itself. But had I still lived in that house, I wouldn't have found this property. But anyway, So you look at circumstances and things, and so with Mr. Croft, he had a family, had a farm, and he built a house, and he had all these children and grandchildren. He had a good life, and the folks in the neighborhood loved him. But he hung around that house. Was it because he couldn't leave, because he loved it so much and his attachment? Or was it because when we moved there and took care of the house, and then when it burnt down, it was his duty to save us? Because I knew he was there. I used to talk to him. I used to hang out and I'd smoke a joint and drink a beer and talk to the guy in the chair. And he saved us, literally, from being burnt. So, our purpose here and what somebody else thinks our purpose is here. Well, you should do better and you should be able to do that. And if you think you're so smart, then how come you can't figure this out? And don't you realize, and just hang on, who are you? You know, calm down, please. Who are you, number one? I stated in my Nunya video that sometimes it's just none your damn business, you know? And they go, well, yes, it is. I'm sorry, but no, this is personal, and just, move along. No, it is my business because you blah, 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 and I have the right to talk about this. Go ahead. Yap, yap, yap all you want to. Number one, because you have dishonored me and disrespected me, I ain't going to listen, period. Because obviously, you just want to be, out of this. So I have to say to folks like that, like, oh, but you want me to listen to me. I mean, you want me to listen to you, but you're going to disrespect me. You're going to and you're going to force your opinion upon me, and then tell you during how some cross our paths. Yes, Esty, it really is, and it's still happening. It's like, for example, now this ain't no, um, Ken has already been here. Isby, our friend Isby, and he's supposed to be here and spend the night with here tomorrow night. And I might drag him to go kayaking or canoeing on Sunday before he goes back to Florida, because the river is going to be up and it'll be nice. But anyway, so have met people that I would have never considered, but by allowing folks to say, look, you want to get together, you want to do this. I have been open. I have been honest with folks. And, there have been those few, not recently, but would take advantage of that and my quote, good nature. But I'm genuine in that, if somebody needs a place or something happened or whatever, I will do my best to try to help you if I can. I'm not near as able to as I used to be, but I'll still try to help because I've been homeless. I've slept in cardboard boxes. After the house burned down, I realized what, you know, the kindness of others when I didn't even have a pair of shoes. I really get some of these things. And have been abandoned and lived in cardboard boxes and stuff. So I get this. So I don't if I can help someone, even if it's to provide them a place to, Isby slept in his car when they were here last time because I just am not set up for visitors in the house to spend over. I'm still working on that. I got a bedroom upstairs, but the bed ain't there. So, but anyway, um, I guess I could sleep on the floor, but um, the idea though that I'm not trying to be inhospitable, it's just I realize that I still got some cleaning and moving and stuff to do in the house, and all my attention has been outside. But anyway, so for folks to want to make demands of me or criticize me or try to push their value or their point, their whatever their thinking is, and put it on me, and that somehow I'm this mean, ugly person because I don't see it the way they do. Obviously, they don't see it the way I do. So there's a conflict right there. But, you know, simply because you think you're right about me I'm not trying to make any judgment calls with you, but you have all these opinions about me because I've been honest and I have this show. But does that really give you the right to uh, butt into my personal business, to make comments about my personal business? What gives anyone the right to do that? I mean, unless we've met, we've had tea or coffee or something, and there's a closer relationship. But for somebody to just, like say, well, because you said this on your video, I have the right to say it. Well, excuse me. You have the right to think that way, and I have the right to disagree, and I have the right to speak out about it. So, but here's some of the things that there are some folks, because they feel that they are attached to the universe, that they've had conversations with spirits, that because they feel this way, that they're right no matter what, no matter how wrong they are, not just to me, but maybe to you or your friends or something. There was a similar incident, not going to bring it up, but it was like how wrong, just wrong, how wrong it was. And I'm sorry, you know, we don't have to go along with this. But their opinion is that they're right. They're right, God damn it. And you better listen. Okie dokie. So I will continue to pray for these folks because they've obviously missed something along the way. They're either trying too hard or their empathic abilities are through a totally different set of eyes than some of us, here, it's like, wait a minute, I don't see that. Do you? No. Do you see that? No. How about you? Do you see that? No. Then wait a minute, we all don't see it, but this one person is making a comment and we just don't agree. But we're all supposed to go along with this person, even though we don't agree or understand or whatever. But because they're so vocal and adamant and we're in the wrong, we are sitting here twiddling our thumbs going, what's up, right? So it seems that some of these new energies and stuff are, we need one another, and some just don't. You're right, ST, absolutely. And here's the thing, provided, that they will mind their manners. um, I'm not banned anybody or told anybody to go to F away or anything like that or been rude to them. I've tried my best to be civil, but apparently their idea of civil is to try to make me look like a damn fool and that I'm wrong and I'm this and I'm that. I'm sorry, uh, I haven't said any names or anything, but to the point though, they just got it dead wrong, period. Whatever they think they know or whatever they think they feel, they just got it wrong. And they refuse to accept anything in return for me to try to, counteract and say, I'm sorry, but you got the wrong opinion. Nope, their mind's made up. So it's useless to try to say anything back, right? I realized that any other comment from me other than to block them and report them, um, which I really don't want to do because I think everybody deserves a chance, right? And that to try to continue to be open minded and to be an example. Hey, Michelle, the only way that we can get across to some folks is be the example. And just like if somebody thinks that they know what's going to happen, that they've projected these things, and I'm a real turd head and whatever, it's like, all right, okie doke. But the only thing I can do is continue on my journey, do the best I can, follow the plans that hey, baby, how are you, Michelle? Um, that I'm hoping that simply through example and through what I plan to do, I'm going to follow through on it and try to do the best I can, right? And stuff comes up along the way. I mean, hell, I might die before I could achieve this, but in the meantime, I'm going to do the best I can to follow through on these positive goals that I set up, to the benefit of other people and stuff like that, and to give me peace of mind that I took care of it. Like, for example, I did some study about whether or not I could be buried on my property, and all I have to do is get a county permit. And yeah, there is no Georgia statute that says I can't be buried here on my own property. So that's one down. I don't have to, try to go to the church and get them to agree to let me get buried in a Baptist cemetery when I ain't Baptist. But um, and it's not so much that I want to stay here. It's why spend money someplace else to put me in the ground when it's natural, because I've lived here all this time, to just plop me in a hole right here, right? I mean, seriously. And so I'm going to follow through on the thing with the county. I got to go pay my taxes and a couple other things. So when I go into the courthouse, I'm going to do some inquiring and find out what I need to know about getting a permit, to set up a quote, a family plot. And up here, up next to the road, there's a little triangle of property that you can't build a house on. It's too small. And there are overhead power lines. So there's a little wooded area right by the road. And that's where we found the arrowheads and so forth of the Indian chief that's buried up there on that hill. And why not just be buried up there where he was buried? You know, just over the line on my side, there's a little bunch of trees and stuff, and so why not just plant me right there by the road up there? Uh, it's a nice view. It's already paid for, as long as somebody pays taxes. But even if the taxes aren't paid and it goes to somebody else, once it's turned into a cemetery, it can't be messed with. It's perpetual. So if somebody else buys the property, they can't dig me up and move me. So, but anyway, but with those kinds of things, I have followed through on that. So it's something else I want to take care of. I want to go ahead and get the permits and all that kind of stuff. And in case it does happen, my dear friend that I've been criticized for having has promised, to plant me when the day comes. So it's like, okay, and I don't want a special casket. I want one made out of wood. He's a carpenter. I've had some other people. I have even thought to myself that one of these days when I get my shop up, that I'm going to build my own casket. You know, well, that sounds macabre. Well, maybe, but why buy one if I know I'm going to go? I can store it and take it apart. Because I built one for a set one time for a stage production, and we needed to carry it someplace, and just took a couple of screws out of it, threw it in the back of the. We did a production in another location, and we needed the coffin. But when I tore it down to pieces, it was really easy to travel. So my point is, I could store my own coffin, and as a couple of pieces of board, and then when the time comes, somebody can just put some screws in it and toss me in, and that be that, because I ain't gonna know. So, um, but there are folks who are like, they haven't heard this last little bit of update about myself and some of the things I found. And not that I'm trying to be morbid, I'm trying to say, we take care of things, and these are things that have been bothering me that I've talked to you all about, and I'm finally dealing with them, taking care of them, and it feels good. So for other people to tell me, well, I don't think you're doing the right thing, you should be, go, oh hush, oh hush. You can think all that you want to, but in the long run, are you going to come take care of it? Are you going to come, uh, I hope your arms ain't tired, Michelle, if you're hanging in there. So, but anyway, I would like to hang out with you more, but it's 5 a.m. and I got stuff I got to do in a few hours. So I love you all. Hang in there. And, not trying to be morbid about none of this stuff, but there are some folks who genuinely can help us with critiques in our life. Like, hey, if you try it this way, it might be easier for you. Uh, you know, um, just saying, like, this is a dumb excuse or an example, but somebody said, okay, what are we having for dinner? Chicken? Where's it at? It's out there in the yard. So and if you want to eat chicken, you got to chase this chicken down. So you say, okay, well, one thing some folks learned is that the idea of a chicken with its head cut off, their bodies will run around without the head in the yard, and it's really gross and weird. So, but anybody that knows anything about that will tie the chicken's legs together and then chop its head off because it can't run away. And folks go, what? Yeah, I tried it years ago and it freaked me right out. I'm like, I ain't doing this. I gave up killing my own chickens and plucking them and stuff. Nah, I've raised them for eggs, loved them all. But anyway, so, you know, um, some folks can teach us that maybe you should tie the legs of the chicken, or, maybe there's an easier way or something else in life. And then there's some advice that just don't make no sense. Well, if you want chicken, then go to the store. Well, I can't get to the store. And besides that, we're having that chicken right there. He was raised for this. Well, but go do some, their advice is so, non connected. It's you look at or think about the person and you say, do they even know me? Do they are they paying attention? Honestly? But whatever they feel they're connected to in the universe, they are absolutely certain beyond a shadow of a doubt that they're right and you're wrong. So I say, okay, but the only way to prove, not that here's the thing, I'm not out to prove anything except to myself, to just learn to do the best I can and to share and hang out with y'all, and like, Isby, I'm gonna drag him to the damn river one way or the other. If he weren't coming this weekend, I would still go to the river because it's so nice and the river's up. So, but the fact that he's going to be here, he's just going to have to go with me. Yeah, that's just that. So, um, you might say, well, aren't you being a little forceful with that? Well, no, he could stay here at the house or he could stay on the bank. But no, but I'm going to the river. I'm even thinking about leaving Duggar here, simply because if I should rephrase this, when Ken and I go, I was thinking, oh, good, he goes with me. I can take the canoe. Well, but if he goes with me, where's Duggar going to sit? Well, maybe he can get in the back of the truck. I have been considering this for a while, that if somebody goes with me in the truck, where's Duggar going to sit if he goes? So he might have to stay here. Well, if he stays here, then I don't have to take the canoe. Well, the two of us could get in the canoe, but I got three kayaks, you know. Well, hang on, so my brain is tossing around these things, and I'm like, what should I do? So, but anyway, I'll figure it out. But with Ken, we could, get the canoe on top of my truck, and I got plenty of room with the trailer to put the kayaks. So, and I have put the canoe and two kayaks on the top of my truck at one time before. So, it ain't like I can't do this. But anyway, it'll be fun. But had you said a couple of days ago that this is what I'd be doing this weekend, I would have said, no, I'm staying home with the dog. But since the rain, the river coming up, and then Ken calling and saying, hey, would like to come back up again, here we go. So you never know from one day to the next what's going to happen or who's going to visit you, or or, but to just make a blanket, this is how it's going to be the rest of my life. It's always going to be like this, or blah, 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 And if some folks are going to have attitudes and they just can't see it themselves. So what they're calling names to other folks and making accusations, they need to just take a look in the mirror and think about some of the things they've said. But here's the thing, they're so righteous in what they feel they know that no matter what discussion or who says it, they're still going to be right at the end. And that's just a shame that folks are so stubborn. And I've got a stubborn streak, don't get me wrong, but if somebody's got a critique that I can actually go, well, you're right about that. I do have issues with stuff. You're right about that. But you're wrong about this and this and this and this and this. Sorry, I've already dealt with them a long time ago. Well, no, you haven't. Um, yes, I have. 20 years of therapy. Sorry, but I've dealt with it. I don't think about that stuff anymore. It doesn't affect. Yes, it does. Oh, shush. You know what I mean? Isby loves you. I don't think he stays at the house. Oh, I got a loft upstairs, but Isby by himself. But he had company when he was here last, and I'm just not ready. But Isby could help me. You know, I he could sleep up there in the loft. There's a mat. I think there's a mattress up there. Holy crap! I got to look. But anyway, it just wasn't compatible for. Just crazy how the nerves. Some don't realize. Oh yeah. Oh, very good word, St. Bullying. And there was you might have been in here in the chat last week when there was some of that going on. Wink, wink, nod, nod. But it's the forcefulness of the projection that they put out. Yes, I do have the right. Really? I'm sorry, but if you're like looking in the spiritual realm and stuff, I don't have the right to get into anybody's business unless they ask me. But if I haven't solicited somebody's help, then you can say, "Hey, do you want help?" Well, maybe yes, no, but other folks who want to just step in and yes, I have the right to make any comment. I, dang well please, and I've got, it's my duty and it's my. Oh, seriously? Okay, you know, public or private, I have the right. Really? In my spiritual shaman path thing, the lesson has been, oh no, you don't. For me, I don't have the right to be speaking about somebody else, even I kind of sort of am without mentioning her name. But that, they started this, you know what I mean? But it's not just as one person, it has been honestly other people in my life previously. And they all seem to think they know what I'm thinking or know what I'm feeling or whatever. And it's just like, it's not just this one person. It has been people in my lifetime that have just gotten it so dead wrong. Uh, a lot more people got it wrong than the people who got it right. I'm just saying. So, and by professed really good readers and so forth, and like here do a reading, wrong as rain. You know, not even 2% of it anywhere closely related to me. Like they're seriously talking about another person. So I was just not trying to get my nerves blasted too. It's very toxic. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, right, St? So understood. Well, that it has been continuing and it's in the air because it's being directed at me because I don't know what I'm talking about and I'm stupid and okay, you know, all right. Um, but I will continue to try to be kind. But there's no there's no remark to what's been said. There's nothing else I can say. I've said things here, but as far as replying to this person, there's nothing I can say. Nothing. Zero. And so it's like, okay, that's your opinion. I'm still going to be me. I'm still going to try to follow the path and the goals that I've set. This is the progress I'm making. That was sort of right why I went out in the yard and did this little crazy video about it right around here. I'm making progress. So have I done or said some things that were crossed in the past? Probably, because I'm still trying to work things out. That's the reason I'm here, right? I'm a shaman in training. So, am I trying to make a better way? If I'm just trying to, yeah, my house here, yeah, um, yeah, built out of old tobacco barn wood that's literally by now 100 years old, literally, and some other wood, recycled wood and stuff. Yeah, my piles out in the yard was all recycled wood from houses being torn down and barns and things and stuff. And over the last couple of years, some of the wood has rotted to the point where it's just going to be a big fire. But I still got some good 2x4s, some really old heart pine 2x4s that I'm going to use to fix up my greenhouse and my shed and so forth, because they're still good boards, and it'll save me the cost going to the store, and it'll get them out of my yard, because the whole reason for storing them was to be able to fix my shed back up and get windows in it and that kind of thing. So but anyway, it's coming along. I'm making progress, and I have been able to, through doing things, I can see now where I need to move this stuff, but I don't have a place to put it yet, and I just don't want to stick it in the yard. Well, now I've kind of sort of in the process figured out, well, that needs to go, but this can go over here in the meantime. Oh, good. So, anyway, Michelle, did you get an email from me? I'm going to stick with you for a few more minutes since I'm up this late already. Yeah, we got 8 minutes, 7 minutes. So let me find something to refill with. But so some of the crazy underground news, I don't know how underground it is, but I've tried to stay away from certain things. But, there are folks that are swearing Trump's going to be back next month. And I'm like, okay, you know, we'll see. You know, we're supposed to have disclosure and all this other kind of stuff by now, too, and all these other things, and Jasara and all this. So, I'm still waiting. So, over the last 8 years, I'll say, there were channels and people and stuff that I have put my faith into and tried to put my faith into, and then realized that I just need to like just listen and see if any of this comes true. And here we are after all these years, and very little of what was proposed or supposed to happen by now, predictions and med beds, and we were all going to have uh, uh, transporter machines, and anyway, most of that still hasn't really manifested anywhere, right? So, but I've also noted that the talk about it has like quit. So those folks who were, prophesying all these things we'd have by the aliens and this, that, and the other thing, it's just all kind of just, you know, dwindled out into the weather to the whatevers. So now, and taking a look at what's going on, and by learning over these last few years, and I must admit, and some of these folks, their channels are gone. I don't know whether they're still doing anything or whether they may be gone as well. Who knows? But some folks that gave some really good, honest data and proof, and say, here's this, here's that, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Oh, okay. So that to me is like real intel. So, but the real intel um, is, you know, we know there's a shadow government. We don't have to. Who's running it? Well, we hope somebody more decent than the guys currently. Uh, but if these guys want to, turn on us, is there anything we can really do? Well, we can hang on because it depends on authority. And I'm just pleased to see it. And I think it's more than just a movement. I think it's a mental state of mind that has changed people's attitude. And in so many ways, these folks that, think they're going to get their way have already found out that it ain't going quite as easy as they thought. So we just need to stay prepared, my friends. Keep the as much good energy flowing as you can, and be careful of these folks who just try to tell us what we're thinking, try to tell us, that they know what they're talking about, when what we should do is just kind of keep an eye on these folks. And there may be a look of truth in it later on down the road, but from all intents and purposes, it looks pretty lame currently, So, but all right, we'll take things under consideration and, you know, store them over here. But I seriously, if I went that way, I'd be like getting out of my own path. And if someone thinks my path is wrong, it's not their path, it's mine. It's been my journey. It will continue to be my journey. I'm going to drag y'all along and take pictures and show you what's going on. Just to share, right? I've had some really lovely comments. Thanks for sharing your world, Dave. And it's like, I consider y'all my friends, and it's like I'd like for you to see that this old hippie's actually making progress on some things that have gotten out of hand, and I know they've gotten out of hand, and I realize that I've let them get out of hand, and but see, I can still fix things, I can still work on them, and here's the proof, and you can fix things. You can choose to do different. You can choose to do little things at a time that end up being larger things that you make progress. So that's sort of the lesson. That's the story. We can do this. Sometimes it just takes a little bit. We can't give up. I use my house and the woods and everything is my storyline, right? But in life, it doesn't matter where you live or what you're doing or how old you are. Keep going. You know, 20 years ago, I was trying to commit suicide, and I was 25 years ago. Um, and then I had another bout about 15 years ago or so. Um, and I have fought depression and been to mental health a goodly part of my life, so I know what that feels like. And I'm sorry, but there are folks who want to push me back into that kind of modus operandi. Well, you really don't. You have mental issues, and you don't know really what you're talking about. You can't see the bigger picture. And I'm like, you know, I'm not bragging, but for me, the picture is more clear now than ever before in my life. And I'm not taking mushrooms or doing anything. No, I'm, 520, fire in the hole. That's why you put the fire there, ST. I got you. So I will continue to pray for these folks. Cheers again. that they will understand that maybe, um they may have gotten a couple things wrong. Maybe their attitude is a little overzealous. Maybe they're, and but there are some folks that are just wearing a different pair of glasses. You know what I mean? And ST, I think you would understand. Not that y'all, the rest of you don't, but ST, I think that it's a different pair of glasses. So here, if you wear these sunshades, well, I put them on, and everything sort of looks orangish. You ever had wore a pair of sunglasses like that? And then there are some others that are like Ray Bans or something. Then there are the old style that it looks like you're looking through a pair of old sunglasses, right? They're just shaded. So, but the world looks different to whatever pair of those sunglasses you wear. And so, but it's still the same world, but you look up and you go, ooh, that's bright. And you put them down, you go, ooh. So it's the same world, but it ain't, right? Because you're viewing it through the glasses. So it's a strange little allegory to use it, but to the world, though, there are folks who are just wearing a different pair of glasses. I don't know how else to put it because, in a lot of ways, some of their thoughts and ideas and stuff, as crazy as I am, I'll consider about anything, but they just don't make no damn sense to me. I mean, literally don't make any sense. And I try to listen, I try to understand, and I go, it's just going around in circles, and I don't see. Oh well. But I remember back in my earlier days when I was confused and couldn't get things out. I was very less than eloquent with being able to discuss what was on my mind or the things that I was experiencing or whatever. So in these last 5 or 6 years, I've come a long way in that, in hearing my spirit and allowing my connection to get stronger with my own spirit guide, and not listening to other people to say, well, your spirit guide's wrong about this. No, actually he wasn't. And those people who tried to project it on me, a year and a half or so ago, there was an incident here. I won't go into it, but some of you might remember. But no, sorry, what you're telling me, well, your spirit is this, and I'm sorry, but no, you got it wrong. So too many people have tried to, insist that I am this when I ain't. I'm not thinking that. I'm not feeling that. I mean, they say, well, yes, you are. I'm honestly not. But no, blah, 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 blah. I'm really not thinking that. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, Ian, how are you? So, and there are folks I'm sure who do the same thing. They just nag at you. They know what they're saying is right. And you should, and it's like, you, I'd look over to the side and go, You're not even close. Can you just calm down and understand you're not even close? I love you. Thank you for your opinion, but you're not even close. So, and I don't know where some of these folks' heads are. Supposedly, they're working towards the light. Supposedly, they're working for mankind. Supposedly, but for whatever reason, the rest of us ain't doing it like they do. And if we don't do it like they do, then we're all doing it wrong. Well, ain't we all learning how to do it? Period. Isn't this what this life is about? For me, my experience is to try. I'm a shaman in training. I've accepted this later in life that this is my, what I should be doing. So I'm a shaman in training. I'm learning how to do this. Will I make a mistake along the way? Probably. And put my truck back together today. I put one of the sensors on upside down. I went, whoops, had to take the throttle body off again and and fix the issue. Um, it was simple. I was kind of sort of in a hurry, wasn't paying attention when I put it on. And of course, I had it in the shop and it was upside down. So, um, but still, I wasn't paying attention. but it was a minor issue. I corrected it easily. But sometimes we think we got it right, and lo and behold, whoops, it was upside down. Whoops, upside down. So there are some folks that they really think they've got it locked in. When I listen and try to hear and try to understand, I just go, man, the best way I can explain it is it just sounds upside down. It's so skewed, but they're connected to the universe. They're connected, and they're not doing bad things. It's not like they're, out killing people or, no, they're working for the good side. But man, oh man, whatever their point of view, it's like some Christians. I'm a heretic because of the way I speak about, but I'm a firm believer in the Christ consciousness. I want to promote the Christ, so, but they don't understand that. But to them, I'm a heretic. Okie dokie. But I feel that I'm more of a Christian than they are because I have this belief that the Christ consciousness was here before and has been here since, and is quite possibly here now on this planet. So what? Well, no, that can't be, and blah blah blah. Why not? Well, you believe what you believe, and this is how I believe, but I'm still believing in the Christ, right? Well, no, but you're not what church you belong to? None. Well, blah blah. See, then automatically I'm a heretic, and I can't be a Christian because I don't meet certain of their criteria. Where to me, they can. I don't care what church they belong to. If they believe in it and they're trying to understand and they're trying to be good people, then I will accept them and have, but they can't accept my point of view. Oh, oh, okay. I'm the heretic, right? So, but we just do the best we can. And I was told at age 11 or 12, I can't remember what age it was. I know I was still a Boy Scout, and it was before I went into high school at the age of 13, kind of thing. So, I was in seventh or eighth grade, kind of thing. So, 11 or 12. But, remembering and getting this impression that, it's going to be really tough. And I was like, holy crap. At age 11, what do you mean this is going to be tough when I get older? They're going to want to, people are going to call you names, and I'm going to call upon you to make sure that people understand what spiritualism was about. And at the time, I'm an altar boy. At the time, I'm reading the gospel. At the time, I'm a very spiritual person in the sense that, I went and go mass at 6:30 in the morning and stay all Sunday, and sometimes was an altar boy for two or three other masses, or sing in the choir or do something. Anyway, so my participation as a participant in the the rites, the ceremony of the mass, I was very serious. And so, at a young age, I realized that somehow I had this connection. And wasn't until later I realized that, Catholic Church ain't for me. And thank you, Sister Helene. But um, with all of this said and done, the I realized that the Christ consciousness is within us all because we're all angels. Let's not take this too crazy, in that we're all gods and goddesses, and now I can do it and say what I want because I'm a goddess. And well, if you're a goddess, then you should have compassion. And some of the things you say and do are not very compassionate. Just saying. So, but I've got Mother Goddess on my side. Okie dokie. Then why are you so rude? I'm just asking. Mother Nature sometimes has hiccups and gets a little crude, storm things, but Mother Nature to me has always been sometimes volatile. But we're in the cosmos. But some of these folks who claim to have Mother Earth and this tie and everything, their behavior just says different, with their rudeness and their behavior and words that they spew and their energy that they put out. And it's like, really? I'm sorry, but I've been hanging on this place for almost 40 years now. And you're trying to tell me that you're connected to Mother Earth? I mean, my feet are outside on the dirt all the time. And somehow I'm getting this negative vibe from where you say you're the positive of this. Just it's just weird. So, but I still want to be patient with folks and like, listen, there are lessons in here. I'm still willing to learn a lesson. But when people just turn not just me, but other people off and accuse them of things and hound them and badgered them all in the name of the goddess, we have a different point of view on what that means. So there are some folks out there that, I continue to pray that they will reconsider their interpretation of what this God goddess thing really means and think more in terms of angel, uh, but in that, or spirit being, but this God goddess thing has got a lot of people confused and a lot of people overreaching their authority, where they have a tendency to want to take over our authority, you know, and so many changes believes every day. Yeah, right. I can relate very much. People don't take effort to really know one another. No. And they make snap decisions because they think they're an empath. Well, I see this about you. And like I've said for the last 4 hours now, that I'm sorry, but you're really dead ass wrong. Well, you just don't know. And I've talked to my spirits and okie dokie, but not a word that you have spoken to me has any bearing of truth as far with me. And I'm listening, right? I want to see if there is something in there, and there ain't, you know. So okie doke. Because lessons and messages are sent in many different ways, even by people that have opposite opinions or, whatever. So I take the opportunity, okay, what's the lesson here? Well, the lesson is that some people have taken, things a little bit too far. And it's not that they couldn't have talked to me about this. It's the way they did it. And they feel that they have the right to do whatever pleases them to get their point across and to prove that I'm wrong somehow. That right there just sends me into another frame of mind in that I think I said this the other night or yesterday or whatever, in that it's disrespectful. There's no honor. I've not done any harm to this person that I know of. And so why would they seem to think that they have the right to whatever? Exhausted, family, emotionally, and physically. You learn me to shut up more. Yeah, I mean, there are times when, and everybody and their brother claims they are an, yes, Ian. Oh my God, you agree with me. I thought it was just me. Patience is important. And so many types changing beliefs every day. Yeah, patience. And I mean, I just think back on when I first started doing this, stumbling and bumbling around trying to figure out how to get this point across. Um, and sometimes I make it and sometimes I don't. But I learned me to shut up too, SD. And I've talked about that. And, when I worked at Prestolite and all those people and so forth, and the big send off they gave me, it was proof that I was able to communicate with these people because they felt an obligation, to give me this wonderful send off, of all the people in both plants, both shifts. and I still, have their card. So proof to me is that if you follow these certain protocol, and the protocol is just simple, you know, there are times when you really want to say, man, this bitch is stupid, and you can't. So you keep your mouth shut and you think of another way to go, well, what can I say good about this person when literally some of their brains seem to be, and I'm trying to be nice, but when their brains seem to be oozing out of their ear as they're speaking to you, and it's almost like a valley girl, and you're really trying, and so you have to. For me, having worked with um, mentally handicapped folks early on in my life, I'm able to say, okay, let me step back. Let's walk through this step by step, but not do it in a demeaning or a belittling way. And it's like, so I'd look and say, well, do you understand what I'm talking about? Well, no, I don't really get it. Okay, then let's talk about this so that you can understand it. How can we talk about this? And so you get their cooperation versus, well, okay, if you don't get me, you're just stupid. And this is how you need to do it. Just do it. But previous me, sort of, in that, so you take that step back, you look at the situation, reformulate what you want to say, and you make it work. The other person feels good because now they understand it, and now that they understand it, they won't be having as much trouble, and the product will go better, and etc. So I'm not empathic, not psychic, and yeah, be safe, Michelle. Okay. And I'm fixing to get out of here too. It's 4:17, 4 hours and 17 minutes that I've been here. And I really need to get up. I'm sure as soon as I stand up, I'm going to have to pee. Big hugs back, Michelle. Um, so, but this understanding, so we still need to see, as much as I've kind of sort of been a little pissed off about this, I'm still willing to say, I pray for these folks because I'm hoping that they will, they're, they'll change their sunglasses and understand, wait a minute, I just might have actually got this wrong, but I don't think that, to say that one of the things that I found out for myself is to admit when you're wrong is honesty. If you tried to hide that you were wrong, then and people find out, they go, well, he was wrong about that. And then you say, well, and you try to stumble around it. If I'm wrong about something, I remember back when the COVID thing first started, I said, well, the good news is, that we won't be getting from China. We got plenty of toilet paper and stuff because we have all these paper factories here in the United States. And 2 weeks later, we were out of toilet paper. And I did another video and I said, I couldn't have been more wrong, So, because I was just thinking, toilet paper, we make that in America. They use trees from around here as pulpwood, and we should have Whoops, was I wrong? And I admitted it, still do, boy, that was a big mistake to have said that, but in other things, if I'm wrong and there's proof to me and whatever, I've been quiet and intentional. I want to do vids, but I don't feel like it. Well, I'm fixing to undo this vid because I got 1 minute and then I've been doing this for 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm going to do one more bowl with y'all and close with a prayer. So I'm not going to be here much longer anyway. But Pearl, it's a blessing that y'all hang out with me. It really is. I'm humbled by that. And I know there are a lot of times when I repeat myself and go back over things. But there are some folks that don't hang out like you do and might listen to this later on, and they might not have a clue. So sometimes certain things need to be repeated, not to be repetitive, but um, when I get connected with the spirit, there are times when it's like, listen, you need to emphasize this, but use these words. Okay. And I think it's to make sure that on whatever level or station that you're at, that you can get the basic idea, you know. For me, none of us have the right, unless asked, right, to butt into somebody else's business. It's been 4 hours and 20 minutes. Fire in the hole. So, I will continue to pray. I have a sub here. Um, I think it's sometimes the air of superiority that they've got these things. They feel that they're on the righteous. I'm just using this term, but they're on the righteous side of the Lord. They are serving the righteousness, right, with righteousness. And I continue to go back to the Christ thing when Jesus was all about come ye and said my um and I listen to some of these folks and go, but where's that Christ attitude, y'all? Just saying, because you're criticizing and you're bitey and you're kind of twitchy, witchy, bitchy, thingy, but you're working for the side of the good. Then why are you acting this way? I mean, I'm sorry. Um, those of us in the league of like-minded beings, we don't quite look at it that way. you know we're more sublime. Come on, let's sit down and smoke a cigar and let's have us a drink, and we're going to talk about this, versus hmm. So, but anyway, the world is full of strange folks and beings and personalities, and the best we can do is to try to bridge gaps between in those places. And it may be that there is no bridge, there just ain't no bridge. So, but I will continue to try to make headway in those areas. I'm humbled by y'all here, as you hear me say, but as I close up this 4 hours and 22 minutes with you, and sweating a lot lately, leaking toxins, that's fun. I really want to redo the sweat lodge that I had, and because it'd be really good to do a good sweat one night, and with the cool weather and everything, oh man, this is perfect. You go get down to your skivvies, right? And you go in and do a good sweat. And then you come out of the sweat lodge, where normally some of the traditionals that they would have a tub of cold water or a lake nearby or something, a shower of cold water. And in the wintertime that they would literally, rub themselves down with ice or snow. And so, but just I found that, when it's in the 40s and you come out and you're all nice and there's steam rising off your body, and you just come out, in your skivvies into the night air. Oh man, they're, they're, it is such a rush. Not because you're in your skivvies, but the temperature difference. I get it. And then you go back in and sweat a little bit. Yeah, it's really good, and I miss it. And um, one should not sweat alone, especially in my condition. So, I I'm hoping that I can rope somebody in to be here long enough to, let's do a sweat. My dear friend, we were talking about it the other day. And I said, dude, he said, I feel like I need to sweat out some blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, but do a sweat with me. I'll go build it. I've been cleaning up down there. I'll go build it if you'll sweat with me, but I don't want to build it and then nobody will go in with me. So maybe I should build it and they will come, you know, that's not a bad idea. I'll go ahead and rebuild the sweat lodge. And if I rebuild it, then maybe I can say, look, I got the sweat lodge done. Come on, let's fire it up. I might get more takers that way. So anyway, ST and Pearl and Ian, and I know there are some folks that are laying back there listening with their headsets on or whatever. I love you all. Thanks for hanging out. Have a great Saturday and Sunday. I've got stuff to go do and play around. Then Isby will be here later, and maybe we'll do a show later, Saturday night kind of thing. Saturday Night Live with Isby and Null down here in South Georgia. So, we'll see. Um, but anyway, y'all be safe. And even these folks, we want to slap them. We still have to. They're going to teach us patience in the long run. So we don't have to agree with them. We don't necessarily have to like them, but we do have to be tolerant because we show by example when we're tolerant and they can't push us, then we win um, by our proof and our respect. So we take the high road, you know, and hopefully they'll learn. So I love you. Have a great day. It's going to be beautiful this weekend down here with, you know, highs in the upper 60s, low 70s, and lows in the upper 40s, lower 50s. Oh my goodness, this is perfect weather. Y'all be safe. Y'all be kind to each other. And Ian and everybody, um, I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings in the universe. Ciao to you too, my brother. Be safe. To all y'all, be safe. Um, each and every day when Duggar and I go out and play with the kitties in the yard, now since you've seen my yard, you can see where I'm standing. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all them folks that have paid any bit of attention, and that you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Hey, Travis, you have a great one too. Have a great weekend. I know it's going to be, nice down here, but I hope it's at least decently pleasant where y'all are. And in that law of three, which is really important to all of us and me, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And that we continue to reject those negatives that come into our lives when we least expect it. And that we learn tolerance with these people. And until next time, be safe. I love you too, SD, and all you folks. And thank you for staying. So, I'm going to go outside and look at the stars and see where the moon is. So, y'all be careful. And from South Georgia, it's TTFN Top Topper. Now, cheers, everybody. And Ween is tomorrow. So, y'all have a holler. Just remember, go around and Halloween anywhere you go tomorrow. It's the only day you get to do it, and it makes any sense. So tomorrow we get to Halloween. So have a great one, y'all, and be safe. Bye.